Dear colleagues and friends, hello and welcome to the Healing Arts Symposium at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. WHO is pleased to collaborate on the symposium with the Met as well as NYU Johns Hopkins and other partners. We're particularly pleased that museums like the Met are rethinking their missions to see themselves not simply as repositories of valuable objects, but as centers of creative engagement in their communities. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound effect on artists all over the world, with galleries, museums, and performing venues closed. But we have also seen wonderful examples of artists finding new and creative ways to give voice to the global suffering the pandemic has caused. In today's symposium, and in all of the healing arts events in this series, I hope you learn about the growing evidence and opportunities for improving health throughout the arts. But I also hope you're inspired to use your own creativity to bring meaning and joy to your lives and to those in your communities wherever you live. Thank you and enjoy the symposium.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the culminating symposium for Healing Arts New York. I'm Max Hollein, Marina Kellen French Director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's a tremendous honor and a pleasure to open what promises to be an incredible symposium full of project presentations, performances, panels on policy, and much more. All is actually organized around a kind of a cultural call to action to invest in the arts as a method of improving the state of our physical, mental, and social health. The Metropolitan Museum of Art is situated in Lenape-Hoking, homeland of the Lenape diaspora, and historically a gathering and trading place for many diverse native peoples who continue to live and work on this island. We respectfully acknowledge and honor all indigenous communities, past, present, and future, for their ongoing and fundamental relationship to the region. The Met is joined in the planning of today's program by the World Health Organization Arts and Health Program. This symposium is produced by CultuRunners in partnership with the Creative Arts Therapies Consortium at NYU Steinhardt, the NeuroArts Blueprint, an initiative of the International Arts and Mind Lab at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and the Health, Medicine and Society program at the Aspen Institute and the Open Mind Project. Well, as I read this list, I'm struck by what a dynamic and really powerful list of collaborators we have in this project. This wide range of organizations as partners in planning underscores the importance of these conversations. Healthcare and well-being are some of the most critical topics we can address because they are fundamental to the major concerns of our time. Our physical health is directly connected to our environmental and social health and the arts. The pandemic, economic uncertainty, and the existential crisis that is climate change all have a profound impact on our physical and mental well-being. They have also demonstrated how interconnected we all are. The broader arts, visual art, music, dance, literature, and theater have a role to play in moving us globally towards necessary change. Today, we have an opportunity to talk about what's possible here and how cultural institutions across the world can collaborate with researchers and policymakers to measure the impact that going to see art or a musical performance might have on someone who is socially isolated, for example, or how the act of drawing or creating theater might improve the quality of life of people managing serious health concerns. The Met's role here as a global convener can't be understated. In fact, we need more partners and more alliances to join in this work as the cultural world rises to this moment alongside policy and research. This is why it gives me great pleasure to welcome now the UNESCO Director General, Audrey Azoulay. UNESCO's mission expertise in bringing people and nations together through education, culture, and science is at the heart of today's symposium. Audrey Azoulay is a French civil servant and politician and was elected Director General of UNESCO by UNESCO's General Conference in 2017. Having worked in the sector of culture since the start of her professional career, she has notably focused on the funding of French public broadcasting and on the reform and modernization of France's film support system. She has also served the European Commission, providing her expertise on issues concerning culture and communication. With a long-standing commitment in favor of intercultural and intergenerational dialogue to advance education for all and the dissemination of scientific and cultural knowledge, she has maintained this commitment as the head of UNESCO. According to Audrey Azoulay, none of the major challenges facing the world today can be met by any one country on its own without relying on the fundamental pillars of science, education, and culture. Thus, UNESCO can and must fully participate in a world order based on multilateralism and humanist values. My warmest welcome to the Director General. Good morning, everyone.
It's my great pleasure to join you in opening this Healing Arts Symposium at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, alongside my friend Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization, and Max Hollijn, the Director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The COVID-19 pandemic has shone a spotlight on the essential role of culture and creativity for our health and well-being. Over the past 18 months, UNESCO has studied the impact of COVID-19 on world heritage, living heritage, museums, and the cultural and creative industries in general. These studies have taught us a key lesson. For many individuals and communities, culture has been a source of resilience, a tool to overcome stress, anxiety, and psychological challenges, a means of staying connected. Firstly, because cultural practices are closely linked with health and well-being, and several living heritage elements inscribed on UNESCO's intangible heritage lists show this very well, like, for instance, a dance in Malawi, the Vimbuza healing dance. Secondly, culture is a means to communicate effectively on health matters. For example, we have joined forces with the UNAIDS to bolster the role of artists and cultural professionals in HIV/AIDS prevention. And thirdly, culture and creativity have an incredible power to help people and communities heal. UNESCO is galvanizing this potential. For instance, it's what we are doing in Iraq to revive the cultural life and the cultural institution in Mosul, but also in Beirut, in Lebanon, to help the Lebanese people overcome their shattering realities. In Haiti, following the devastating earthquake in 2010, UNESCO used the performing arts to support resilience for displaced people in Port-au-Prince. Today, as cultural sectors and institutions struggle to recover from the social and economic impacts of COVID-19, we have an incredible opportunity to harness the full potential of culture and of the arts while reflecting the full diversity of humanity's cultural expression. And we have to seize together this opportunity. And I would like to conclude with the words of the American artist, Georgia O'Keeffe. I found I could say things with colors and shapes that I couldn't say any other way, things I had no words for. It is high time that we recognize how crucial culture really is, particularly as we continue to face one of the greatest public health challenges of our time. I thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and thank you to Director General Audrey Azule for her remarks. I'm Heidi Holder, the Frederick P. and Sandra P. Rose Chair of Education at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And I'm delighted to welcome you back all to the culminating Symposium for Healing Arts New York. I join Max in expressing our gratitude to all of our partners for the symposium. As you heard from Director General and before from Max Hollein, we have an opportunity to acknowledge and act on the positive evidence around the connection between the arts and healing. It gives me great pleasure for the Met to be such an important partner in these urgent conversations and to host the many thinkers, artists, and performers who are part of today's symposium. Their presence and participation speak volumes to the power and impact of culture and creativity. Now, I want to direct your attention to the live painting happening now in our gallery, in our auditorium. What would today be without artists? When we launched Healing Arts in September, we chose this painting, Degrees of Separation. Degrees of Separation by US Sudanese-based artist Al-Maqdad Al-Dehari to promote the initiative. We have it on stage, there it is, Degrees of Separation. Now, it was painted in 2019, before the pandemic, to highlight the man-made health, climate, and ecological emergency. The artist himself says, "When I made this painting, I didn't know that there would be a virus like COVID-19 that would invade our planet. I wanted the symbols that I used of animals, plants, water, as well as indicators of the frequencies of economic and health dangers to convey a warning to a contemporary world." It was a warning in 2019, and now it is a reality. What does that say about the power of art to be preemptive, to have a premonition, and artists to sort of channel what is happening in the world? For the symposium, Al-Maqdad created this work in the series. And in the series itself, the three are called Influx Tribulations, which you have seen on all the promotional materials. This is the second piece to this. Now, today, he is painting the third in the trilogy. Here in the auditorium at the Met, he'll be working on this painting throughout the course of the day, so I encourage you to tune in to see what's happening. And in the end, we will have, in a way, a triptych, which is sort of a call to order about our time, what's happening now. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the next performance to our symposium, the Guava Tones, a 6-member teen singing group that was formed in 2015. They represent the best of young people who wish to overcome excellence while enjoying the camaraderie of peers. The group began as an all-girl group who loved the idea of singing diverse genres of music, from classical to Broadway. The Guava Tones, aptly named because of their weekly indulgence in guava hard candy, rehearse each Saturday of the academic year as part of the comprehensive music program for young people at the Philomena M. D'Agostino Goldberg's Music School, which we call the Phil for short. Past performances include those at the Met for the annual series The Phil at the Met, as well as Teens Take the Met. It's a special pleasure to welcome the Phil back to the Met. The Education Department has been blessed with a long and wonderful relationship with this group. And without further ado, I present the Guava Tones. Thank you.
watching over me, my Lord. Pray the Lord my soul to keep. Angels watching over me. All night, all day, angels watching over me. Angels watching over me. My Lord,
Wow. Wasn't that wonderful? We may not be seeing well, but we're looking good. Hi. Let me very briefly introduce myself. My name is Christopher Bailey. I'm the Arts and Health Lead at the World Health Organization. And thank you for participating in person and virtually to our Healing Arts Symposium, where we're going to be exploring this virtuous triad between research, policy, and practice in the healing capabilities of the arts. But before we get into all of that, I always find it useful to start with the simple reality of what we're talking about here. And to do that, of course, being at WHO, I consulted an expert. And this expert, his name is Carlos, and I met him here at the Metropolitan Museum yesterday. And we met in front of that Japanese painting, you know, the wave. It's this giant tsunami, and in the background there's this little echo of Mount Fuji. And so I meet him in front of that, and he's looking at it, and he's sitting in his stroller. And he's not saying anything, mostly because he hasn't learned how to speak. And let me explain. This is how he communicated to me. Now, what was he communicating? In the first step, he was experiencing a state of deep attention. He was looking at this two-dimensional object and seeing the colors and the contrast in the forms, and then suddenly there was a moment of recognition where he saw this concept of a wave, and it became, in his imagination, three-dimensional. And it was both in movement and still. And these oppositions, these contrasts, began to form a moment of shock, of recognition, but then a sense of awe of the past of this process coming together. This is what Aristotle called a catharsis. And it's found in every rhyming couplet, in every punchline of a joke, in every catastrophic turn of events of a plot. And it's essential to the aesthetic experience, because in that moment, a new neural pathway is formed, and dopamine is released into the brain, giving us a sense of awe and presence. And in fact, that second part of what he did, of pointing to the object and then looking up at me, is what we call shared attention. So more than just a personal discovery, he validated it by seeing if I saw the same thing and was feeling the same way. So his isolation in his little new body, suddenly he realized there was someone else who was feeling the same thing. And in fact, every museum, every auditorium, every theater, every stadium, in some ways, is a temple to shared attention. And it all comes back to the same root ritual from 70,000 years ago, in which religious ceremonies, in which performance, in which healing ceremonies were all the same thing, and they still share some common DNA. Now, the first time that I experienced an event that was a performance event with an explicit healing intent was in Kenya about 20 years ago, and this was at the height of the AIDS epidemic. And at that moment, I was in a four-wheel drive vehicle going through the Kibera slum just outside of Nairobi. And at the height of migration season, the Kibera slum is about a population of around 1 million. And at this moment in time, that key demographic of people between 16 and 25, there was over a 50% prevalency rate for HIV. There was no ARVs. There still is no vaccine. It was like an atom bomb being dropped on this community. Now, even then, we did know how to prevent the spread of AIDS, and through safe sex. We also knew how to communicate that, the facts of that, and yet it wasn't having an effect. People were still, out of fear, grasping on to quack cures. They were still, out of fear, rejecting the science. That it wasn't enough simply to present the factual information. There had to be some other way of engaging them. So as we drove this vehicle through Kibera, and you have to imagine a shanty town that is stretching from horizon to horizon, made up of corrugated tin roofs and whatever materials I can find to prop up this warren of this community. And you could smell the smell of roasting corn on charcoal, and the car was kicking up the red East African dust, which settled like a dew on the skin and the clothing and the hair. And as we pulled up into the quad, the clinical director came to us, and my colleague addressed her and started asking her, what do you have in terms of health promotional material to stop the spread? And she said, well, we don't really have any material per se. And he said, well, we have these pamphlets that maybe they could help. And she looked at them, and with a smile especially reserved for well-meaning Mzungu, she said, well, these are in Swahili, and most of our population speaks Kikuyu, and we don't really have paper or ink. It's too expensive. And they're kind of addressing the wrong thing. It's hard to explain. Why don't you just experience it? So she took us across the quad, and we left the hot African sun into the cinder block building and went into the cool darkness of the building and could taste that taste of cinder block, that copper taste in the back of the mouth. And as our eyes adjusted, we could see this bench across the longitudinal wall and about a dozen Kenyans sitting there. And we sat down in silence, and we shared a bowl, and we washed each other's hands. Plates were distributed, and we gave each other rice and lentils, and we ate a meal in silence. And then a woman, the leader, stood up, and she began to sing this song about AIDS prevention. And she carefully took out a condom, and she began to roll it on this black mahogany phallus. And then she began to sing a song about having pleasurable sex with a condom. And everyone began to sing the chorus, and then she took the phallus and handed it to the next person, who then improvised the next verse, and everyone joined in the dance and the chorus. And this went on and on and on until the phallus came to me. Now, I don't sing, and I don't speak Kikuyu, but I didn't want to be rude. So I sang the first song that came into my head, and it went something like this. I have often walked down the street before, but the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. All at once am I, several stories high, as I walk down the street where you live. Now, the women who were trying to dance were getting increasingly frustrated because they couldn't find a danceable African beat to this Broadway show tune. But then when I hit the high note, they began to ululate. People stop and stare, they don't bother me, for there's nowhere else on earth that I would rather be. Let the time roll by. I won't care if I can be here on the street where you live. So they all laughed, and the clinical director, beaming, said to me, they want to know what the song means. So I said, well, it's about having pleasurable sex with a condom, of course. That's how art saved millions of lives in Africa. Now, that was a pleasant story, but data is not the plural of anecdote. And we are now going to talk a little bit about the role of evidence and data in informing policy and what that means. And to do that, I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, Nisha Sajnani of NYU. Nisha?
Thank you all. Let me just make sure I can work this. Shazam. Well, I could improvise this moment, and I might just need to. There's this photo that you're going to see, maybe. You might see it for longer than that. Thanks for just sticking with us. No, that's not it. Okay. Yep. There's a moment that I want to tell you about in 2006 in Bengaluru, where I had the pleasure of traveling with a group of drama therapy, theater, and law faculty and students. And we had been working with the Center for Social Action at Christchurch College in Bengaluru to explore how theater and law might come together, to explore issues of concern to the communities in the area, and to use the stories that emerged to form grounded policy. And one of the issues we decided to focus on was the issue of water. Because in the area in 2006, the water table had already been so depleted. It was already a crisis, well before then, and of course continues to be a crisis today. Let me see if I can find you this moment. All right, I trust that it'll come. Or it might not, and that's okay, you'll imagine this moment. So I'll ask you to imagine with me a group of people that have gathered around a small group of theater artists who've created a series of images about water, right? Thinking about what Chris had just shared with us, we are architects of shared attention. We know how to convene a group. We know how to create a pause. We know how to create a moment of critical reflection. So that's what we were doing, creating a moment, opening up a conversation. And in the still silence that followed our performance, a man came up to me and he said, you know, my daughters haven't had water for 3 days. Did you bring water? And we hadn't brought water. We had a lot of enthusiasm. We had our artistry. We reflected on how our poetics might quench a thirst of a different kind. But it also highlighted for us the necessity of working in collaboration, the limits of art, so I start there, the necessity of the interdependence that has been so elevated in this time during this pandemic. We worked very closely with an NGO that was working on sustainable farming practices in Bengaluru, and we also worked with them on direct action that they were taking with companies that were responsible for the fast depletion of the water table. And that work continues. I mention it because, again, that collaboration is necessary when we're thinking about the arts and social change, and that collaboration is necessary in research when we're thinking about the health benefits of the arts, especially the physical and psychological health benefits of the arts. Of course, the physical, psychological, and social can't really be divided. In your programs, and for those of you joining at home or from wherever you might be online, there is an image we'll share with you about the areas of measurable impact as far as the health benefits of the arts. I have the pleasure of convening a consortium of researchers around the world who are helping to advance our understanding of where the arts can make an impact, be it in community. Thank you. We might even have that image to show you now. I completely lied. All right. So I'm going to pause there and just say you're going to be hearing much more about that research a little bit later today. We'll be engaging you in 3 panel discussions. The first will be on policy, the second on research, and the third will bring us back to practice. However, it is my, and I think I'll take that as my segue actually, to introduce you to an example of practice. And before I do, Stephen Stapleton, are you still in the house? Okay, thanks for being, we're going to improvise this moment a little bit. Stephen, I'm going to pass this to you, and then I'm going to come back to my introduction of the dance group. Come on up.
Okay, I'm not to blame for that, but I feel like I am, because I'm the command and control guy from this team, and Nisha is so calm, and when things go wrong technologically, which they do all the time, especially during this time of the pandemic, I'm very proud to have you by my side. So thank you for that, and we will fix this. Oh, look, there I am with no portrait of me. Anyway, so I'm going to read a short statement. My name is Stephen Stapleton. I'm the founding director of CultuRunners, the proud co-producer of this symposium. CultuRunners was established in 2015 as a platform to mobilize artists and arts organizations into global affairs, and in so doing to positively transform individuals, communities, and societies. In early 2020, as the pandemic emerged, CultuRunners had launched a new project as part of the UN's 75th anniversary program. It was called The Future is Unwritten, and you've probably read it on the top of your programs. It's actually a quote from the late, great storyteller, musician, and punk Joe Strummer, but I don't tell many people that, but now I've told everyone. It called for urgent cooperation between the arts sector and UN agencies around the UN's global goals. The world's only comprehensive plan for a more sustainable, healthy, and peaceful planet, agreed upon by 192 member states. With that mission as our guide, and believing the future to indeed be unwritten, it has been a great honor for CultuRunners to establish Healing Arts in collaboration with Chris's Arts and Health program at the WHO, and to produce Healing Arts New York in partnership with Nisha's Arts and Health program at NYU and Susan's NeuroArts Blueprint at Johns Hopkins University. I learned so much from you all, and I am thankful every day to be working with such visionary people. As many of you know, today marks the culmination of a year-long series of global healing arts activations, which have explored arts as a new frontier and partner in healthcare and well-being, from Venice to Iraq, Paris to Saudi Arabia, Navajo Nation in Arizona to Sudan, and now here in New York. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our amazing partners and collaborators on that journey, but especially the Met and Heidi and her team, MoMA here in New York as well, Christie's, the art newspaper, and Tate in London, UNESCO and the UN Department of Global Communications, Community Jameel and the WHO Foundation, UCL and the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda, and NGOs including Vivo Barefoot, Hospital Rooms, Safina Projects, and the Open Mind Project. The relationships represented in this coalition and the border-crossing ideals and collaborative values that they represent have inspired the developing of healing arts to date, and the broad range of voices of policymakers, researchers, storytellers, and artists that you will hear from today. I'd like to close my opening statement by acknowledging the artists among us, not necessarily those on our Spotify playlists or the influencers on our Instagram and Facebook feeds or the TV stars on our streaming networks, but those that we know in our own communities and that have helped us through the pandemic, through the loss, the anxiety and isolation that so many of us have felt and continue to feel as we face this new reality. In my own life, I would like to take this moment to recognize 3 artists who are here today who have helped me. Firstly, my girlfriend Helena, who's sitting in the back over there, who many of you know through my stories and my anecdotes. Helena is a piano teacher and a singer who I witnessed, like so many creative educators in cities across the world, guide her students through a traumatic and unsettling chapter in their lives, transitioning her classes to that strange new virtual Zoom world and providing them with the vital cultural connections as the world shut down. The second person I'd like to acknowledge is my artist friend Vitas, who's also here, who organized the most beautiful gatherings of poets and performers and creatives in parks and hidden spaces across New York during the pandemic. Like so many artists, Vitas was not paid for any of the work he did for the community. And yet when I look back at that very difficult time, it was the energy and kindness and creative resilience of those events that I remember helped me most. And lastly, a new friend and colleague, Yasmani, sitting over there. Put your hand up. There he is. Who just a few days ago offered to host the Healing Arts New York celebration for us after the symposium. So I will end my little statement. There was meant to be a slide, Yasmani, of your party, by inviting all of you to join us 6 to 7 p.m. Outside El Museo del Barrio for a drink and a dance with tours of the People's Bus, Yasmani's project with the City of New York, and enjoy live performances and rituals that center on healing arts and joy. And so I will leave you in Nisha's very capable hands and head back to the Met's Wizard of Oz Command and Control Center. It seems ironic that I wrote that this morning. Thought that was all going to go very well. And with the wonderful Met production team, and I'd like to just say a special thank you to Alex in the room and Anne. I've learned so much from you two. And I will go back there and try and sort things out so that you can all enjoy the many films and presentations and images that accompany the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. It is my great pleasure now to introduce a movement piece that reflects many of the themes that we have focused on already, and it was choreographed by Deborah Damast, director of the dance education program at NYU Steinhardt, together with the dance ensemble. And as with the Guava Tones Choir, this ensemble has selected a work of art from the Met collection that captures a central quality of their creative work, which you may or may not see. Thank you. Thank you so much for that very moving piece, I suppose, in which we may have each seen a different story. As for myself, I saw a little bit of my own migration to the US and the relationships that helped me create and feel a sense of belonging. So thank you. It is my pleasure now to introduce you to former Congressman and mental health and addiction advocate Patrick Kennedy. During his time in Congress, Mr. Kennedy was the lead author of the groundbreaking Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act, which requires insurers to cover treatment for mental health and substance use disorders no more restrictively than treatment for illnesses of the body, such as diabetes or cancer. His advocacy continues today in his role as co-founder of One Mind, an organization that pushes for greater global investment in brain research, and founder of Don'tDenyMe.org, a campaign that educates consumers and providers about patient rights under the federal parity law and connects them to resources. Mr. Kennedy joins us by video today.
Hi, I'm so honored to join all of you, unfortunately virtually, but nonetheless there with you spiritually to discuss this really important initiative of the importance of arts in healing. And I wish I could be there at the Met and with all of you at the World Health Organization who are doing so much to innovate on really transforming care, especially for those of us like myself who are struggling with addiction. I am blessed because today I've had 10 years of continuous uninterrupted sobriety. For me, that means that I have not had to drink or drug since February 22nd, 2011. I've spent most of my life self-medicating, however, because as someone with the disease of addiction, I suffer from a physical allergy, a mental obsession, and a spiritual malady. That's how we in recovery really identify these illnesses, and our response to these illnesses has to be commensurate. It has to deal with the medical aspects of the brain disease of addiction, but it also has to do with the mental health compulsion, which would require the right kind of cognitive behavioral therapy. But finally, and really most importantly to long-term recovery, it's the spiritual dimension. Because what marks these illnesses as so distinct is that they really thrive on isolation. These illnesses thrive on disconnectedness. And that is why the inspiration behind this conversation that you're having today is so important, because we need to take all the tools in our toolkit to engage people who have traditionally been marginalized, involve people and connect them in ways where they have often been alienated. And arts are so important to that spiritual dimension because it is that connection to a creative element, your sense of awe at the sound of music that can bring back very positive, in the medical phraseology, a dopamine response, right? It's very physical. The arts aren't esoteric, they're chemical. And, you know, these types of ways to reach into our psyche that are not necessarily through the front door of medicine, but through the side door of our unconscious, are really the mystery of how do we reach and touch people in a profound way, which is what these illnesses need. They need an approach that is really personalized to the individual's own value system and experience. And the arts are universal, and yet they play out in any number of different ways in someone's life. And they have arts have different meaning for each individual, but finding the right mix of the arts to better enable us to bring that human dimension of the awe of life, the natural inspiration that comes from being moved physically from the beauty of a great song or a great picture, painting, or a great example of some artistic expression, which for those of us in recovery comes in very human terms. We share with each other our own personal stories as a way of opening ourselves up to intimacy, to opening ourselves up to others understanding who we are, and so that we can break down that sense of isolation. I just want to say thank you all for helping us lead this charge. I know today it's early in the formative time of understanding this dimension of how the arts are such a healing force. But I can assure you, as we move forward, my instinct is that there's no question that when we go to real world evidence as to what will help people achieve and maintain recovery, that the arts are going to be an essential component to that sense of connection to a spiritual dimension that, as we know, for those of us who are in recovery, is absolutely essential to our living lives in sobriety. Because sobriety is much more than the absence of addiction. It's an embracing of a way of life that involves our full participation in the world around us. And what could be a more fuller participation in the world around us than to participate in our human expression as seen through the arts. You know, President Kennedy is memorialized at the National Performing Arts Center in Washington, D.C., the John F. Kennedy National Performing Arts Center. And there is a quote on one of those walls as you're going in. I think John Adams or something was the one who said it, about, you know, my fathers studied war so that I could study politics, so that my children could study the arts. It is the ultimate pursuit of our unique human spirit that is manifest through the arts that makes this effort so alive. In my own road to recovery, I have found that the medical approach was very significant for me to get over the brain illness of addiction. But as I achieved sobriety, I really recognized the value of the healing arts in every way towards helping me reconnect. The real symptom of addiction is disconnectedness. The symptom of mental illness is disconnectedness, is marginalization and isolation. So anything that can connect people together is what is really significant in helping people heal their brokenness as a result of these illnesses that marginalize them from their fellows and their community. So I thought in order to illustrate how important recovery is here in my life, I thought I would really play a song that illustrates to me how important connection is. So it's called Family Affair. Alexa, could you play Family Affair by Mary J. Blige?
Here's Family Affair by Mary J. Blige on Amazon Music.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. We will We really enjoyed that. And we will continue this conversation on elevating the health benefits of the arts in policy conversations in our first panel of the day, which will be chaired by our dear colleague and collaborator, Susan Meg Salmon, Executive Director of the International Arts and Mind Lab. Over to you, Susan.
Thank you, Nisha. So I'd like to describe our panel as sort of a performance art piece. It's quite improvisational. We have a lot of things going on. We'll have some folks coming in from the outside that we'll talk to in a moment. So it's a ride. Let's see how it goes. I would like to start by just saying that this is a really big deal, right? Like, what we're doing is really cool, and it hasn't been done before. Listening to Patrick talk about the science is so interesting, because the truth of the matter is that the artists have always been there, and they got there first. And science is just catching up. And I think science is super important, but it's really in the collaboration between the scientists and the artists and the institutions that are helping to create structure and container that really makes a difference. So we're going to jump right in. Folks have talked a lot about interdisciplinary work. We've talking about this idea of policy in our panel this go round. And when I think about policy, I often think about things like climate change or climate science or bioethics, even women's health. Those areas of work and impact and response really came together and coalesced when policy came round to that. But policy is sort of an amorphous term that can be used in workplace, it can be used in education, it can be used in governments, it can be used at a local level, it can be used at a global level. So we want to kind of unpack policy a bit today and start to think about what that means as we spend the rest of the day on a journey understanding so many other aspects of this work. So on our panel today is Renee Fleming, and Renee is going to be sharing a bit of her work both as an advocate and also as a real leader in bringing policy together all around the world related to arts and health. Sunil Iyengar is here from the National Endowment for the Arts. You can see him on screen. Aduke Gomez is joining us from Africa, and we'll be talking a bit about art for life. Christopher, who you met earlier, will be sharing some of his thoughts about policy. But we're going to open this up with a video by Ernesto Otona, who is the Assistant Director General of UNESCO, to talk a bit about his perspective on how the arts and health come together from a policy perspective. So let's see if we can make that happen.
It is my great pleasure to join the World Health Organization and the Met in opening this policy discussion on the role of art and culture for health. In recent decades, we have seen growing evidence on the importance of culture for our health. Culture-based health interventions have proven to be effective not only from a public health perspective, but also an economic one. They support artists and creative industries and have proven to be equally or even more cost-effective compared to other health interventions. However, although some countries have made progress in developing policies that link culture and health, culture remains an underutilized resource for our physical and mental health. With COVID-19, we have seen new interest in the links between culture and health. Artists and cultural professionals have helped us battle the isolation and anxiety that come with the pandemic, greatly supporting our mental health. As we seek to capitalize on the power of culture for health, we cannot forget the physical and mental health of artists and cultural professionals. Often faced with tenuous contracts, unfair remuneration, and a lack of social safety nets and sick leave, artists and cultural professionals share specific vulnerabilities when it comes to physical and mental health. These vulnerabilities has only intensified with COVID-19. UNESCO has made the well-being and resilience of artists the center of its COVID-19 response. We have launched the Resilient movement in over 118 countries and have worked to put culture at the top of the policy agenda of the G20. Next year, in Mexico, we will hold Mondiacult, the first major international conference on culture policy in over 30 years. Advocating for culture as a universal public good, one that is essential for health, will be among our top priorities. Pablo Picasso once said, "Everything you can imagine is real." Today's symposium is an opportunity to imagine a new vision of health, one that fully integrates the healing power of art and culture. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really amazing. Renee, I'd love to turn it over to you. I think so much of what Ernesto says really resonates around the artist, but also the opportunity and this idea of collaboration and connection. And I know you have a great story on how you really began your journey in thinking about this role in arts and health.
Yes, thank you, Susan. First of all, what a privilege for me to share this stage with you and with Christopher Bailey.
Someday we'll sing together.
Exactly. You know, this idea about policy actually brought me recently to a conversation with Senator Leahy and other members of Congress to try and put something in terms of funding for music research at the NIH, the integrative medicine. And so much of this I didn't even know existed when I started on this journey. It's become so important and so fascinating because COVID has given us the opportunity to fully understand that we are whole people who need to be nourished, as Patrick said, in every possible way. And so suddenly, this whole sector is flourishing in the last year and a half, from what I can tell. There are so many organizations working together. So my journey began, of course, with my entire life, because I have witnessed firsthand, as I've sung around the world, and another privilege, how much music has affected people. How so many people have come up to me and said, you know, your music got me through illness or loss, or, you know, I survived cancer by listening to these 3 albums over and over again. And I always thought that was really interesting, and of course, for me, music has been incredibly important, but it's my profession, and it's a passion. But it seems that it's important for a lot of people. And of course, I see this intersection as being all of the arts-based, and who we are as people, what we can, beauty for me, natural beauty is incredibly important, for instance. But I started about 6 years ago. This started at a dinner party where I met Francis Collins, and I had always been interested in reading up on research about music because I had terrible stage fright at some periods in my life that almost derailed my career. I also had a lot of pain, which I now know is somatic pain, as a hedge against performance anxiety. It would lift magically the minute I got on stage, but I suffered a lot in advance. So none of these things were easy to solve, and also the mind-body connection one has to feel very strongly about if you're ever going to learn to sing virtuosically. And virtuosity, of course, is something in my field as a classical singer that's been honed over centuries. I once sang with a very large dog on stage of the Met. This wasn't planned. The dog just joined in with me. So we have that connection to animals as well. But after meeting Francis Collins, I said I was just appointed creative consultant to the Kennedy Center, 2 great national institutions. How about if we collaborate? Because I think the arts could provide a platform for science. I think it's fascinating what you're doing, and I think my public would enjoy it as well. So that's how we started. In 2017, at a conference table, sitting around at the NIH and hearing presentations for 2 days, and I was on fire and passionate about this intersection, and I've been working ever since. Sunil is a colleague. He'll tell you about his project with us. Sound Health at the Kennedy Center did just that. We've had a lot of convenings. We've had performances in which scientists and musicians and artists present together. I took it on the road because I tour most of the time, and now wherever I perform, I offer a presentation that gives an overview of the sector, and I try to present with local scientists, researchers, and healthcare providers. And very often, these collaborations between, and by the way, we're all service providers, between this arts institution and the scientists continues. Because data is everything in our country, as you know. Nothing gets done in the medical field without data. Other countries are happy to embrace things that work, but the US really requires that. And I learned in the beginning, this is so granular. So sound health has really blossomed. I did a webinar at the beginning of COVID, which now lives at UCSF, which I'm very proud of. And recently, I saw that there were long COVID patients who were still having difficulty breathing. And I thought, gosh, how can we contribute? Well, singers are experts on breathing. It's how we're trained. It's the foundation of our art. So with Google Arts and Culture, there are 14 great singers and actors who share their favorite breathing exercise and sing a stanza to try and give people hope, to try and also give people some tools for extending breath. That's one of the things. And we're creating a consortium now to try and figure out how do we get data from this, what works, what is really possible with something like this, and how can it help other people with different lung disorders. So we just keep going, and it's incredibly exciting, and I have brilliant, brilliant colleagues, so I'm privileged and thrilled to be here with you.
Thank you, Renee. Renee is also the co-director, co-chair of the NeuroArts Blueprint, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but been very focused on thinking about how do you take these very fragmented fields and bring them together and create a roadmap. So as an advocate and also as a creative director and as a person who's using the arts for healing, you really have such a range of ways that you've entered this. So to talk with Sunil a little bit about the role of the NEA and the role of the NIH. And Sunil, I know you were going to share a little bit about how and why research is so important, especially in the United States, but also for global policy, to think about how do we really harness that information. So thanks for joining us today. Uh-oh. As I said, performance art.
Hi, it's great to be with you today. Can you hear me? Good?
Gotcha.
Yes? Okay, great. I'm just sorry I couldn't join you in person. Let me just say that it's especially a privilege to speak at an event held in partnership with the World Health Organization because my grandfather on my mom's side was a public health director who worked closely with WHO and Larry Brilliant in the early 70s to eradicate smallpox from India. So I feel it's a nice place to be. So about the uses of research, you know, when we talk about, Susan, about advancing any public policy objective, whether it involves the arts, or any other type of intervention to achieve a social good, we are of course obliged to trot out scientific evidence that speaks of the generalizability of these benefits. We seek to establish causal relationships between the activity or program and the outcome of interest, say in this case, physical health, social or emotional well-being, or symptom relief from chronic or acute disorders. We also look to understand the mechanisms of action. How does the activity or program work and under what optimal conditions, so that the process can be replicated at scale. Okay, so we know all this about the role of and importance of evidence and policy, but what I wanted to suggest, Susan, is that even when we talk about, you know, guiding policy to advance the arts and health, which is the topic of this panel, we shouldn't lose sight of the power of storytelling, of the arts themselves to communicate instantly their benefits to people and communities, as, you know, Chris did brilliantly today in the opening. And in short, we don't need to wait for the ironclad, large-scale, randomized control study with full-blown neurobiological or psychological pre- and post-assessments to start urging public health practitioners and policymakers to take a closer look, especially since the integration of arts and health programs and therapies likely will prove more cost-effective, as we know, than employing standard of care alone. What we need is more of an R&D-oriented approach to pilot such interventions and rigorously collect data along the way. You know, like Renee was mentioning with her new initiative, a data that can speak not only to the value and impact of these therapies and interventions, but that can allow for their continuous improvement so that greater and more equitable distribution of their benefits can be realized. So at the NEA, we support research grants and what are called NEA research labs, which are academic research centers around the country that partner with artists, creative arts therapists, and arts organizations to pursue multi-year research agendas about the arts in relation to a host of different topics. So several of our labs are investigating the arts' relationship to social and emotional well-being and to physical or physiological health. For example, we're supporting research labs at Drexel University. I know Yoka Bratt will be speaking at the next panel, and also the EpiArts lab at University of Florida, where Jill Sankey is working with Daisy Fancourt in the UK. And Daisy's also on that panel. All of these labs support a learn-as-you-go approach. They strive not only to publish papers, but to leave behind toolkits and evidence-based guides to help practitioners in the field. As part of the greater push for building capacity in research and evidence-based practice in the arts and health, we're pleased to support the Sound Health Network at UCSF, which has grown out of the Sound Health Initiative Renee has described, in which she's been so instrumental in shaping. The Sound Health Network is an online clearinghouse, a national convener, and networking platform for research and practice at the intersection of music, neuroscience, health, and well-being. Finally, I want to spotlight the NEA's flagship Arts and Health initiative, the Creative Forces NEA Military Healing Arts Network, an initiative of our agency in partnership with the U.S. Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs. It seeks to improve the health, well-being, and quality of life for military and veteran populations exposed to trauma, as well as their families and caregivers. So the NEA funds creative arts therapists, equipment, and supplies at clinical sites across the nation, including telehealth delivery of care for patients in rural and remote areas. But what's exciting from a research perspective is that many of the creative arts therapists at these sites around the country are collaborating with us on studies about the impacts of those interventions. Some of the findings to date show that creative arts therapies can enable recovery from traumatic experiences, reduce symptoms linked with post-traumatic stress, foster the ability to experience hope and gratification, and reduce isolation and stigma from traumatic brain injuries and related psychological health issues. And again, we're trying to post publicly what we find as soon as we find it, and to translate the evidence into practitioner tools. So you let me talk for a while. I'll just end by saying, Susan, that if the overarching research question over the last decade or so has been whether the arts have positive impacts on health and well-being, perhaps we should shift the fulcrum of this exchange to precisely how are those impacts manifest, under what optimal conditions, and for which populations, so we can extend such opportunities rapidly and deliberately to the greatest number of people who can most benefit from them. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Sunil. And I think there's a real question about sustainability and scalability, and that's also part of the role of what policy does. Creative Forces that Sunil mentioned has an interesting legacy beyond the amazing work that Creative Forces does for military and their families in clinic and community. It turns out that this model can also be used for folks that have not been in the military that have similar issues of trauma, things like sexual abuse or childhood trauma. So we're learning a lot from this military model that's funded by multiple agencies to share with other parts of the community. So again, the way policy weaves its way through is so interesting. I'd like to turn to Aduke. Thank you for joining us today. Could you tell us a bit about your program and share sort of how you've localized the policy in Nigeria? Hi, Aduke. Uh-oh. It looks like she may be frozen.
I think she's unable to hear you.
Ah. That was a voice from Sunil. Well, let's do this. While we're trying to figure this out, we have another video that we'd like to share from you from Australia. And this is another aspect of the way policy is manifested. In Australia, you'll hear that there's actually a national framework for arts and health. And Lisa Cooley is going to share, and Emma O'Brien are going to share a little bit about that work. Can we cue that video?
We are meeting on stolen land here from the First Nations people of Australia. We'd like to pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and also to recognise the extraordinary connection that the First Nations people have with arts and wellbeing. In 2014, the National Australian Arts and Health Framework was endorsed by the Australian Minister for the Arts and the Australian Minister for Health and all their counterparts across the states and territories. This was the first time that health and the arts came together to agree and endorse a very important national policy document.
Minister Hill was really a serious champion for this process, and it was him who said we need to get an agreement between all of our ministers around Australia, arts and health together, that, you know, to agree that this is an area that we need to invest in. Because what we actually found was we brought practitioners together who I think didn't necessarily see themselves in the set that they were in the same, you know, business, if you like. And it was listening to each other, understanding that they all had very similar challenges, that they, you know, that process of really unearthing, the issues and the concerns, but also the extraordinary depth of the practice that was out there, was a really important part of bringing together the policy. And look, that process then resulted in a national gathering of all of those people. It became a much more, actually, we are all working towards greater wellbeing for the community, whether they're in a health setting or in a community setting.
Do you think that, really that nitty gritty of getting the framework right, let's face it, there were a lot of edits, and really championing that clarity of language, do you think that really helped with that?
Definitely. We ended up with a very, very good and clear piece of work. But as you said, the evidence and the research piece was actually really important as well. Not just relying on, what the practitioners were talking to us all about, but also bringing together that evidence base in an understandable form, because we knew that we were never going to broach that health environment if we didn't have that evidence base behind us.
One thing that's definitely been acknowledged is the extraordinary impact that the pandemic has had on people's mental health and well-being. And you and I were both listening to a forum that's been gathered by the Australian Council about the power of the arts to now, interestingly enough, influence policy in mental health and well-being, to help rebuild and recover and honour the pandemic experience as well.
The pandemic, in some respects, has actually brought the arts much, much more closely into focus and a recognition of its value and its power.
You have arts and health embedded in the community and in the city of Sydney.
Yes. No, look, I think what's really happened, certainly in the kind of work that I do at a local government level, that the arts now are so much part and parcel of how we work with our community. So, it's part of our social programs. It's check in with our community, how they're going with their wellbeing. And a big part of that is about how they get to experience the arts. Do they feel as though they're accessible?
You're amongst the first people to say, hey, this is going to be tricky, but we kind of need a policy. and look at the beautiful work that you've enabled.
It's great. Thanks, and thanks, Emma.
So unfortunately, Aduke will not be able to join us, but I hope that you'll look out for her Arts for Life program, and we'll hope. She's here. Somewhere, Aduke is here. Aduke, while we have you, let's do it. Yes. You want to tell us a bit about your work?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm so honored and privileged to be here virtually at the Met, working with you and the great work that WHO is doing in this respect. Art for Life, I'm the chair of Art for Life, which is an initiative of the Lagos State Ministry of Health. It was set up by the Honorable Commissioner under the aegis of the Governor. Art for Life was set up to introduce art and the factors of art into the entire healthcare process, and to provide art interventions both for the patients, the health workers, and the carers of the patients. We were inaugurated in October 2019, just before COVID, and so what we on the screen behind us, you can see our inauguration, and what we did really during COVID was we took musicians into the COVID centers between April and October every weekend. And we held concerts, which helped both the patients and the healthcare workers, because the relief of the stress for the health workers who, at that time, as we all know, they were under such immense pressure. And for the patients who had been in the isolation centers and were sort of left alone. If the slides can just move quickly, because I know I don't have much time. What we also did as well was to actually provide visual arts so that the health the hospitals are more appealing. You can see that some of the artworks and the murals that we've put in place in the various hospitals, because when you're in hospital, as you know, you need art to actually concentrate and to be able to ease the senses. Art for Life is the first of this initiative in the States and indeed in Nigeria. And one of the reasons why I was so excited to be on this panel is because just recently with our board, we've been discussing how do we formalize the initiatives we've been taken? How do we ensure that the medical students, the art students, how do they come together to understand? Because traditionally arts and sciences are sort of really kept apart. But if we can get art students to understand that art therapy is a possible profession, if we can get the medical students to understand the importance of art, then I think that we, as a committee, we would have done a lot. And I think this can only be done by policy and by ensuring that what the work we've done is formalized. So these are what we've done so far. You can see in this particular video, you can see that we wrote inspirational messages on the walls. And we found that from the feedback from social media, that patients really, really appreciated this. And I think that during COVID, it's been said before, but I think it's worth repeating. The whole pandemic and the lockdown, it was art that allowed us to get through it. Reading, TV, books, stories, dance, even baking and cooking. If not for art and the ability it has to settle you, to put you in a good mental space, I think that we would have been the lesser for it. So that's my introduction to Art for Life.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Beautiful. Thank you. I think it's noteworthy that so many of these programs really responded without hesitation to a need, and now we're thinking very deeply about how do you institutionalize it, how do you formalize it, how do you create that policy. And Chris, I'd love to have you, you've heard all of these amazing stories, I'd love your insight on sort of what's policy mean to you and how do we sort of build this up?
Well, I always like to, is my microphone working or do I? Okay, great. I always like to begin with the simple reality of what we're talking about. And policy comes from the Greek root for city, polis, and it's really about a shared understanding of how we manage a group with prudence and wisdom. And to get to that state of wisdom, you need information. You need evidence, but you also need acquired experience. And that's why policymakers need to have at the table artists, healthcare givers, researchers, and a group that we haven't really talked about, the people we're trying to serve. They have to be at the table to make that policy not only effective, but to ensure that the vulnerable and underrepresented of our society receive not just some benefit, but most of the benefit. Because one of the things that this pandemic, I think, has taught us is that as long as the underrepresented are not receiving the vaccine, are not receiving the care, all of us are at risk. And in fact, that notion of compassion, of this being a struggle that we struggle with together, which is key to the arts, is something that has to be key to policy, because that fundamentally is what makes us human.
Well, I'd like to bring up the F word here, funding. I'd love to, at the end of the day, these programs need funding. And I'd love to hear the panelists talk a little bit about funding. And Sunil, I think I'd love to talk with you, have you start to talk about sort of what are the funding streams and opportunities to think this through, and how do we get creative about public and private funding and partnerships?
government level, I have to acknowledge the NEA is a relatively small agency, but I think we pack a lot of might, perhaps, in the way we work with other larger federal agencies to kind of have, for example, we have something called an interagency task force in the arts and human development, which meets every quarter, involves a lot of other federal agencies, including the National Institutes of Health, and Emmeline is on it, who's going to be speaking soon. And we try to get together and talk about funding opportunities, but also research opportunities at this shared space of the arts and human development and health. But it does require leadership, and it requires the individual agencies to take an initiative. So I wanted to say that we're really proud to be able to welcome soon, hopefully, our the new chair. So President Biden has appointed a new chair for the National Endowment for the Arts, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, who's steeped in a lot of this work at a community level. And she brings particularly a lens from the creative placemaking side, which some of you have heard of that movement, looking at revitalizing communities through the arts, and of course, looking at broader social cohesion and health-related outcomes. She brings a really evidence and lived experience kind of perspective to this. So I'm hoping that'll, of course, catalyze some thinking in our agency about that. Quickly, just to note, we've recently also partnered with CDC, the CDC Foundation, around engaging the arts for vaccine competence strategies. So we can do our part as a small agency, but I think we need to exert leadership and show the points across the federal continuum where you can apply for funding to get in some way into this, to develop programs and to scale them. So we continue to look forward to working with our federal partners and, of course, local and state and regional ones as well.
Thanks, Sunil. I think, we pay for what we value, and I think figuring out how to lift up the value of the arts is so important. So we just have a couple minutes left, and I wanted to go around the horn. This is a magical day, and it's such an amazing opportunity to be able to listen to one another and share ideas. So Renee, if you could make one wish for a policy that would create sustainable arts and health, what would that wish be?
Well, it's starting already in the UK, even Massachusetts, this arts prescription. I think that's a really important piece. The fact that therapists now, board-certified music therapists, are receiving government funding in something like 22 states in the U.S., so that could grow. I'm sorry, it's not one wish. It's, there are a couple of things. I have to say, Susan, by the way, is an extraordinary visionary. Please watch NeuroArts, because she has her hand on the pulse, and it's great what she's doing. I'm so thrilled to be doing this too. But the other thing,
come true.
Well, the other thing is philanthropists, private philanthropists, do a lot for us in this country. In fact, none of our arts organizations would survive without them. And so I want to just really think of them and thank them, because the research that's been done on children, for instance, by orchestras, childhood development and arts training is really important and needs to be better known. But my real wish, if every Walmart has a nail salon, why can't we have kiosks that are giving out health care prescriptions for music training, for anything you might want, for anything parents might need? This is the type of thing that can go hand in hand with AI, which is now going to be prescribing actual medicine to us in these big box stores. So that would be my wish, to have this alongside medicine.
I love it. I love it. And we haven't talked a lot about the business community, but the business and the workplace community is also another partner, as is technology in terms of policy, right? It's public-private, but it's all these other sectors. Sunil, how about you? What's your wish?
Oh dear. Well, I think it is really to reawaken. I think of foundations as a big. Renee mentioned private funders, but I would say local government policymakers to reawaken and kind of get them to realize and understand how they can implement arts health strategies in their communities, and really have it at a grassroots level. So a national grassroots movement that really speaks to what Chris said, where the consumers, if you will, are very much at the table and demand this, because they see the value of it for their families and their own loved ones, especially when it comes to trauma-based interventions, but also for well-being and for positive, preventive strategies. So I guess community-based grassroots movements.
Great. Thank you, Sunil. Aduke, what's your wish for policy?
For policy would be that an understanding of the importance of the arts is embedded right from primary school. And this division where arts is something off in the corner and doesn't really impact everybody should be done away with. I think as well, I would have a wish that in every doctors and hospital, that there's a corner where people can sit and just do art, color, draw, listen to music, so that they can understand that art is part of your life every day. And especially in a country where there's mental health challenges, so much stress, poverty, we need to be able to have access to art in a way that is equitable and is also sustainable.
Thank you. And Chris?
About arts education, I think is so important. Just wanted to note that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if I had to pick one wish, I'd wish for 3 more, but I don't think that's allowed. But I think about what is the real healing value of the arts, and at the basic level, it helps us relearn that fundamental ability for deep listening and deep observation. And we live in an era where we speak over each other, where the loudest opinion wins. And we've lost that ability to listen. We're too busy calling each other out rather than calling each other in. And I would like to see policymakers start listening more, start engaging more, and start actively working towards consensus. And instead of thinking about the poor and excluded as a bother or a problem or a liability, especially in the field of arts and health, they're actually the ones with the answers. They're the ones who haven't forgotten how this works. They're the teachers, we're the learners, and to involve them not just at the table as a participant, but actually to guide us on how this should be done, and to approach the problems of equity and social health with humility and common cause. Basically, my wish is for a revolution of the heart.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. That's actually what it should be.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, this has been an amazing time to just hear more of your thinking. Renee, I'd love for you to share a little bit about sort of how you see the future for sound health and for the work at NIH.
Well, one of the things that troubles me, because I also nurture young artists and performers, is how few of them can actually work in their chosen field. So that's a huge body. I can't tell you how many stores I walk into and some young woman will start crying and say, I went through school and I had to pay off my debt. So we should give them opportunity for service and really help them understand also that this is such a wonderful way to use their talent and focus on really helping people. As you said, we have so much to learn from everyone in our communities, and think of the mental health challenges that have come out of COVID. And loneliness and isolation have been increased, which is very troubling also for our young people. So that would be something that I would love to think about, how to incorporate this talent in our country that is, as you said, underappreciated. Really, we don't value the arts in the U.S. the way I would love to see us value it.
I mentioned the NeuroArts Blueprint when we began, and this is a roadmap that will be unfolding over the next 5 years. The release is, as you said, December 1st, and I invite you all to join. You can go to neuroartsblueprint.org to sign up for the release. The idea is to try to work together with the WHO and others to really create a strategy and a plan to make all these wishes and dreams come true. So thank you so much for your time today, and we're really looking forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you, colleagues, for this really revitalizing, important conversation, and for reinforcing the need for leadership and advocating for greater access and research at all levels of governance. So I now have the great pleasure of introducing Devnan Janki, a New York-based award-winning director and choreographer, originally from my hometown in Edmonton, Alberta. Inspired by a vision of a creative home for faces and stories that reflect the diversity of today's world, Dev founded and is artistic director of Live and In Color, which creates plays and new musicals that promote inclusion, including the upcoming Little Girl Blue, the Nina Simone musical. Keep an eye out for that. He is joined by an extraordinary group of artists who he will introduce. Welcome, Dev.
Thank you, Nisha. Hi, everyone. I'm Dev Janke. I am the artistic director of Live and in Color. We are a development space for artists seeking to change the landscape of the American theater by producing a diverse range of voices. I founded Live and in Color in 2015 out of a desire to create positive change in the industry where I have worked as a dancer, actor, singer, choreographer, and director for over 30 years. My experience as a creative on and off Broadway was frequently that of being the only person of color in the room. Many of my fellow BIPOC theater makers also shared similar stories with me. We noticed that this experience could sometimes be alienating. It also limited the kind of stories that we were being told and the ways in which we were telling them. I launched Live and in Color with the idea to give underrepresented artists a creative space to incubate their work. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, we support them with room, board, and a team of seasoned professionals to allow them to bring new stories to life. I also wanted to leverage my own relationships in the industry to help artists make the connections they need to move towards production. In the 6 years since Live in Color was founded, the 14 musicals and plays we have developed have gone on to presentations for producers in New York, and several are slated for full productions in the coming year. I'm so proud of what we have achieved in such a short period of time, and so excited by what is yet to come. At heart, like many theater makers, I'm intrigued and invigorated by storytelling. I'm so proud that my company ensures that the stories we hear are diverse and represent the world we live in. Today, it is my pleasure to bring to you a few of the brilliant storytellers that Live and in Color has hosted. Since I shared with you a little bit about the origin story of my organization, it seemed fitting to share another origin story with you. Here is our wonderful musical director, Julianne B. Merrill, and the winner of Connecticut's Got Talent, the amazing singer-songwriter, Ricky Stevens.
When the earth was still
The one thing I'm telling other managers right now,
clouds made of fire, and the mountains stretched up to the sky, sometimes higher. Folks roamed the earth like big rolling kegs. They had 2 sets of arms, they had 2 sets of legs, they had 2 faces peering out of one giant head, so they could watch all around them as they talked while they read. And they never knew nothing of love. It was before the origin of love. The origin of love. The origin of love. The origin of love. And there were 3 sexes, then the ones that looked like 2 men glued up back to back. We called them children of the sun. And similar in shape and girth were the children of the earth. They looked like 2 girls rolled up in one. And the children of the moon looked like a fork stuck on a word of our strength and defiance and Thor said, I'm gonna kill them all with my hammer, like I killed the giants. But Zeus said, no, you better let me use my lightning like scissors, like I cut the legs off the whales, dinosaurs into lizards. Then he grabbed up some bolts and he let out a laugh, said I'll split them right down the middle, gonna cut them right up in half. And the storm clouds gathered above in a great bonds of fire, and the fire shot down from the sky and bolts like shining blades of a knife, and it ripped right through the flesh of the children of the sun and the moon and the earth. And some Indian god sewed the wound up to a hole, turn it round on our bellies to remind us of the price we pay. And Osiris and the gods of the Nile gathered up a big storm to blow a hurricane, to scatter us away, a flood of wind and rain, a sea of tidal waves to wash us all away. If we don't behave, they'll cut us down again, and we'll be hopping around on one foot and looking through one eye. The last time I saw you, we just split in two. You were looking at me, and I was looking at you. You had a way so familiar, but I could not recognize, 'cause you had blood in your face, and I had blood in my eyes. But I could swear by your expression that the pain down in your soul was the same as the one down in mine. Oh, that's the pain that cuts a straight line down through the heart, and we call it love. So we wrapped our arms around each other, tried to shove ourselves back together. We were making love, making love. It was a cold, dark evening, such a long time ago, where by the mighty hand of Joe, it was a sad story how we became long-legged, two-legged creatures. The story of the origin of love. That's the origin of love. Oh yeah, the origin of love. The origin of love. The origin of love.
Thank you, Ricky and Julianne. That was Origin of Love from Hedwig and the Angry Inch by Stephen Trask. That song really resonates with me because it speaks to how we all have this longing to come together, that there is this loneliness and a spiritual need for healing, and that by listening to and embracing each other, all races, all genders, all creeds, we elevate ourselves. And this is the great and noble journey of mankind. Love is often born of pain. Many artists talk about how inspiration often comes from difficult experiences. I know that has certainly been the case for me. So many of my greatest projects and collaborations have come out of challenging situations. But it's by working through that fear and confronting that pain that we find truth, that we find healing, that we find ourselves. Here to share a little bit about finding that inspiration is Broadway star from The Inheritance and choir boy, the incredible Jonathan Burke.
I have almost everything a human could desire. Cars and houses, bearskin rugs to lie before my fire. But there's something missing, something isn't there. It seems I'm never kissing the one whom I could care for. I want something to live for, someone who'll make someone who'll take my life and make it seem gay as they say it ought to be. Why can't I have love like that brought to me? Is watching the noon crowd searching the promenade, seeking a clue to the one who will someday be something to live for. Something to live for.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was Something to Live For by Billy Strayhorn. Creating art is often a way people heal themselves. It is a process by which they learn to understand their stories, their hardships, where they came from, who they are, and why. And all of this introspection can be lonely work without a system of support. So sometimes collaboration is the best way to uncover these truths. Sometimes it takes a partner or even a whole team who cares enough about your story to stand with you and see it through to the end. Here to sing There's Music in You is Broadway star from the original casts of In the Heights and On Your Feet and appearing in Steven Spielberg's upcoming new film of West Side Story. Please welcome the extraordinary Andrea Burns.
Beyond the voice that keeps insisting, no, there is something more than doubting, reaching through the darkness, something that will set your world aglow. Someone wants you, you know who. Now you're living, there's music in you. Now you're hearing something new. Someone's playing the music in you. Now you're living, you know why. Now there's nothing you won't try. Move a mountain like the sky. Make a wish come true. There is music in you. Now you can go wherever you want to go. Now you can do whatever you want to do. Now you can be whoever you want to be. And love is the song you will sing your whole life through. Move a mountain, light the sky, make a wish come true. There is
Thank you, Andrea. That was just gorgeous. That song, written by Rodgers and Hammerstein, truly encapsulates how much having a person who believes in you and can push you to achieve your wildest dreams. I'm so grateful to be able to bring these amazing artists together today. Thank you, Ricky, Jonathan, and Andrea, and a special thanks to our brilliant musical director, Julianne. It is their talent and passion that keeps me going in my work with Live and in Color. And thank you to all of you. It has been a special honor to be included in today's program and to be here with so many people who care about the arts and their value in society. It's so important that we take the time to lift each other up and remember how vital we are to each other and to our future in the arts. Before we leave you, we wanted to share one more song, one that might be familiar to many of you. It speaks to the power of our imaginations, the power that artists harness every day as we create new work. The songwriter had a dream of a more equitable society, a dream that we are still trying to achieve today. But a dream doesn't have to be a fantasy. Instead, let it be a vision of hope, grounded in truth and in measured action. And I have hope that every story we tell, every song we sing, every small truth we uncover is a vital step towards making that dream a reality.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you colors only sky. Imagine all the people living for today.
Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
No tener posesiones, lo puedes tú lograr sin hambre ni avaricia, solo nuestra hermandad.
Pensar que todo el mundo comparta sin juzgar. You may say I'm a dreamer, soñador me han llamado, but I'm not the only one.
Pero hay otros como yo.
I hope someday you'll join us,
Lenguas, una voz.
and the world will live as one.
And the world will be as one.
I don't know if there's a dry eye in the house. I'm having a hard time finding my own speech. I think about, Sunil spoke to this earlier about how sometimes we can speak about the power of the arts, and sometimes you just get it. You just get a moment like that where you understand to your core. So thank you for that glorious call to imagine. I often joke with Dev that the only time we'll be able to see each other's work is if we just produce a moment ourselves. So I'm very thankful for that, Dev. Thank you so much for coordinating this. What all of you are going to see next are global examples of arts and health, examples that have been curated from around the world. And we know that, of course, these are not the only ones, that so many of you are engaged in this work. In this country, we have the National Organization for the Arts and Health, the National Coalition for Creative Arts Therapies, the Foundation for the Arts and Healing. There are so many wonderful organizations that are part of this movement and taking this work forward. So we are going to leave you with global examples, and I'm going to ask all of you to return to the program here in this auditorium in about an hour. Thank you so much, everybody. So we are off live stream? Okay, I'm going to make an announcement then. All right, we are off live stream, and I'm going to make it.
Thank you for your interest in our cluster randomized control trial that examines the effects of music interventions on depression and dementia symptoms in people living in residential aged care homes. I'm Professor Felicity Baker from the University of Melbourne. I'm going to share some of our findings with you today. Briefly, the trial tests the effectiveness of group music therapy, recreational choir singing, or both, and compares their impact with standard care over a 6-month intervention period. In addition to examining effects on depression and neuropsychiatric symptoms of dementia, the trial tracks changes in medication use, the quality of life of residents, and the burden experienced by staff, and captures the cost effectiveness and cost benefits of delivering the interventions in the care home setting. In Australia, we aimed to recruit 500 participants from 28 care home units. Our resident inclusion criteria were that they had to be 65 years of age or older, had a clinical dementia rating score of between 0.5 and 3, and a mini mental examination score of greater than or equal to 26, and mild to severe depressive symptoms. Our primary outcome measure was the Montgomery-Åsberg Depression Rating Scale. Our secondary outcomes included the neuropsychiatric inventory, the clinical dementia rating scale, the quality of life Alzheimer's disease, the EQ5D, and service use and professional care team burden scale. In the trial, group music therapy aims to provide person-centered care with a focus on biography and regulating arousal. It includes singing, listening, improvisation, dancing and movement, reminiscence techniques and verbal reflection, and is delivered by a qualified music therapist. Recreational group singing is conducted within a non-therapeutic context. It focuses on singing only and is delivered by a person that's not a trained music therapist, for example, a community musician or a musically skilled nurse. They all involve singing at some part of the intervention, and the repertoire and experiences are tailored to participants' preferences and are person-centered. Between June 2018 and January 2020, we had 20 care home units participate in the study before COVID-19 interrupted recruitment. Due to the extended lockdowns, recruitment was discontinued. Despite disruptions, we recruited 318 residents and 131 care staff. One care home unit, including 7 staff and 28 residents, were lost at the primary endpoint due to COVID lockdowns. The primary statistical analysis of effects showed that recreational choir singing was superior to no recreational choir singing at all time points. Analysis of secondary outcomes data on the neuropsychiatric symptoms found that the recreational choir singing was superior to no recreational choir singing at 3 and 12 months. With respect to distress of neuropsychiatric symptoms for caregivers, group music therapy was superior to no group music therapy at 3 months, and recreational choir singing was superior to no recreational choir singing at 3 months and 12 months. These findings suggest that both interventions had beneficial effects. We conducted a secondary analysis including only a subset of residents with moderate to severe dementia, that is, with a CDR of greater than or equal to 2. Unlike findings among the whole sample, group music therapy was superior to no group music therapy among the subsample at 3 months. Effect size showed that the recreational choir singing had a larger effect size compared with the Cochrane review of music interventions at the end of the intervention and at long-term follow-up. Our findings suggest that music interventions seem to have a larger effect on those with more progressed dementia. This suggests that when working with people in residential care, when resources may be limited, priority should be given to those with more severe dementia, as the benefits are larger. Those in the earlier stages of dementia are often able to participate more actively in other leisure activities, whereas those with more severe dementia may not. Our findings show that music interventions with larger components of singing lead to stronger effects on decreasing depression than those that involve other music activities such as improvisation, movement to music, or music-stimulated reminiscence. It could be hypothesized that this is largely because singing is tied to the experience of fun and may have a lesser cognitive load on the participant than more complex interventions. Thank you very much.
At Common Threads Project, we accompany women and girls on their healing journey from sexual violence, war, and displacement. We have developed a unique methodology for this process. In our programs in Ecuador, Nepal, Bosnia, and Eastern Congo, we have witnessed a miraculous capacity for resilience and growth. Even in the most challenging contexts, recovery is possible.
मलाई चाहिँ अब यसमा कमन थ्रेडमा भन्नुपर्दा चाहिँ एकदमै हुन्छ नि जुन अब भित्र लुकेको पीडाहरूलाई चाहिँ बाहिर निकाल्न सक्यो अनि त्यसपछि मलाई फिल भएको चाहिँ मान्छेमा भएको जुन पीडाहरू हुन्छ नि त्यसलाई चाहिँ धागोको मार्फत पनि निकाल्न सकिन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ मलाई फिल भयो.
Our work is inspired by the ancient tradition of making story cloths that is found in so many different cultures. We know that our deepest human experiences, whether of love, terror, loss, awe, or despair, seem to defy words. So in many contexts throughout history, women have come together to sew their unspeakable stories as a way of being understood. We combine this practice with current trauma therapies to achieve profound and lasting recovery. We work in collaboration with local community organizations. Together, we plant and nurture seeds that can grow over time. Common Threads Project trains local practitioners who adapt the program so that it is culturally resonant and fits their community's needs. They lead the healing circles, and we mentor them as they gain expertise. Deep recovery from sexual and gender-based violence is every survivor's right.
I always believe, trauma often stays on our brain as a picture, so that picture can, the display through the showing needle and thread.
In a Common Thread circle, there is a sense of intimate connection with others. Within the safety of the group, we work where trauma lives, in the body and in visual images. The stitching itself is calming, rhythmic, and meditative, allowing participants to stay in a grounded state while processing such painful experiences. Like trauma work, the story cloth happens at a slow pace. It takes time and patience.
हमें अपना आप ऐसा लगा कि हमारी कोई वैल्यू है, हमें अब जिंदा रहना चाहिए, हाँ हम कुछ काबिल हैं, हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। वैसे हमें लग रहा था हमारी इस लाइफ बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गई है, लेकिन उससे हमें एक हौसला मिला, हम दोबारा अपने आप को हमने जिंदा रहने की तरफ जो है वो कि हमारी भी कोई वैल्यू।
Hello, my name is Lenore Vosberg. In late 1994, a group of passionate people, including Professor Stephen Snow, Professor Miranda D'Amico, and myself, imagined a space where creativity would foster belonging, instill confidence, and create a sense of pride. These are some of the people we've been celebrating for 25 years.
Anybody could come and just see what kind of world it is, and I actually do wish people would come here more because they don't know what it's like in a center. It's very emotional, although I cannot cry right now since I have my lips on, but I can say one thing for sure is that I'm looking forward to a bright future, and it's slowly happening because of this place.
Before I started here, I was always shy of myself. I never used to talk to people. I never used to communicate with others. I was always to myself. It really changed me, and I'm very happy.
I like people here, and I like it so much. I might be proud of myself because I like my father to come and see. My sister and my mom and dad to come and see.
When I first came in, I felt shy. And then I was happy at the end. And I felt good, I met new people, and I was so happy to meet everybody who knew me. I liked the play, the concert we had in February, and everybody was excited.
For the past 3 years, we've done lots of stuff, and it's gone way too fast. It's helped me quite a lot with different things, actually. It's helped me figure out what's the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing not to do, and I feel I've been quite lucky to meet a lot of different people and, learning how to do different things, and it's a very safe place to be.
As you have witnessed, the Center for the Arts and Human Development, located at Concordia University in Montreal, Quebec, has responded to address the need for health promotion, well-being, and stigma reduction for neurodiverse populations in Canada. The center's effectiveness has been supported by research in peer-reviewed journals and presentations, attested to by families, community members, professionals, and participants themselves. We have shown that the arts are a truly powerful tool for creative expression for every ability.
Contagion is relevant in these times because we are living through an extraordinary moment in most of our lives. And it is therefore an attempt to help make meaning of the suffering, but also the other things that are happening around us. Like, for example, the developments in thinking about health, in thinking about infection, in thinking about how human life is organized or reorganized around animal life on this planet.
I think there's a lot of online events, but Contagion really is showcasing many different types of things, from panel discussions to films to exhibit tours to lectures and workshops. And I think that's really important to have that diversity and of exposure, but on a theme.
So yeah, that feeling of learning something you didn't even expect to learn is really important. Normally you'd get that just by sort of wandering out onto the streets and seeing an exhibit or just sort of doing something new, but we don't get to run into this stuff by chance because we're all stuck inside. So things like these exhibits fulfill that function, that sort of curiosity, that wanting to be surprised or find out new things.
But I think there's also a bigger question, which is how do museums respond in a socially distanced world, in a pandemic world, and how do you create collections? How do you engage people with critical ideas when we can't come together physically? And I think Science Gallery Bengaluru is really doing something that is novel and innovative, taking risks and doing something that's really worthwhile in terms of how the exhibition is structured, how it's curated, and how visitors are invited to engage with the work.
And in this pandemic, we've seen, as people have said, that there's the epidemic of coronavirus, but there is also the epidemic of misinformation. And that is why good, curated, science-based exhibitions in particular are so very important during a pandemic.
One other thing that I really appreciated was the various types of media. I think that felt intentional in the exhibit. Like there were videos, there were activity books, there were quizzes on Instagram, there were sketch notes, there were public lectures, there were group interactive sessions with the speakers.
Whether online or not, I think the quality, the scale, the depth, comprehensiveness, timeliness of this program, I find it hard to choose another one at any museum or equivalent institution anywhere in the world. So I think this effort is going to go down as really a program of record.
Contagion explored the transmission of not just diseases, but also behaviors and emotions through our interdisciplinary exhibits and connected programming. We created experimental formats of engaging with research in the digital space and were able to reach entirely new audiences as a result. Join our journey as we bring you more exciting experiences at the edge of science and culture.
umutima wambwiye wehabereka kora icyo ushaka icyo bashaka ntigishoboka bashaka kumera nkabo kandi ibyo ntibishoboka ihaba bari bazi.
The Arts for the Blues is an evidence-based, creative group psychotherapy. It was originally developed for clients with depression in primary care, mental health services and hospitals in the UK. It is an evidence-based model, and as such, it draws on best practice in talking and arts psychotherapies.
Normal therapy kind of works on the let's sit and talk basis and uses a lot of thinking and having to kind of explain yourself. But we wanted to create something that would be more, you can express yourself in different ways. Within the NHS, people will use arts for well-being and to help engage the group, and people love it. But we've actually devised a therapy. It is a therapy that we envisage will help people change.
Quite early on, we wanted to give lots of playful games. We wanted to slowly encourage more embodiment within the process, but knew that takes time and trust with each other.
There's also the real benefits of having a mixture of personalities and thresholds with us, so that the people who are sort of braver and a little bit more curious, and the others can see by example it's acceptable to take this risk, and you're still accepted.
We slowly kind of began to ladder the structure, so it wouldn't just be a guided meditation where you close and visualise. It would be, now move your body a little bit, and then asking them if they want to stand up. And then interestingly, lots of the group, because of their feeling more comfortable, began to ladder it themselves. So it was constantly kind of shifting and just kind of offering a little bit of everything each week, but just the challenge got a little bit more every week.
People have realised that you can have fun and you can learn through playing games.
Building resilience, building that sort of sense of family within the group, and exploring fairly gently sort of challenging events, challenging aspects of participants' lives.
It's just been so relaxed and calm, and it's almost like because you're physically doing things and you're having to think about what you're doing, it's almost like it hooks you in.
The thing I've found about all of it is it's non-judgmental.
We interpreted colour. I think that one was good, and put our markers on and what the colour signified to us.
It's made a safe place to go in your head, and no one ever suggested that in all the counsellors I've had or anything.
We did one called the sand tray.
You create whatever you want on the sand tray, and then when you're explaining it, you're more or less talking about yourself.
Could express myself with different graphics.
That can actually get people talking about things that they wouldn't have been able to talk about before.
In a typical Arts for the Blues session, we may be talking for a period of time, we may be writing, we might be using movement, we might be drawing, painting. There are all these different ways of getting at our sort of underlying experience.
Because sometimes we can't articulate what it is, but actually using the medium, and actually that can be much more telling than actually words can be.
When we were interviewing participants right in the beginning, I noticed that a couple of them were saying that they're just tired of talking about the same thing.
I think the more opportunities or the more choices we give to people to encounter themselves in these different ways, the richer the psychological process becomes.
Compared to other things that I've been introduced to, which I think are the more traditional methods, this was far better. Actually physically being with, the two people that were in charge of our sessions as well, and them taking part with you, broke down any barriers.
While being indirect, because it's often metaphorical and creative, it somehow gets under the defences, gets under the the sort of rug of self-protection, and goes deeper, faster somehow, but safer.
It's given them the chance to let the guard down, and enabling them to do that has then helped them to take the next steps.
It made me realise that some of the things that we were doing I could apply to day-to-day things that were maybe popping up for me, issues, etc.
I've actually been able to incorporate things that into like daily life.
As soon as you let it in, you become such a far better person because you understand yourself more.
We do want to see this creative approach coming to patients, coming to clients, and being actually used, in the NHS context. But this is a very long road, but we are prepared for it, we are up for it, and at the moment we're building capacity with small projects and small testing and piloting.
I've seen shifts in people's ability to be more themselves and to accept themselves and to accept others and to feel accepted by others. And that seemed to be quite a sort of magical ingredient, I think.
It's made me rediscover myself, my true self.
I actually like me now. I found an inner strength.
It just is so helpful every day. And I really hope the NHS does listen to it.
And it does work. It's better than clonazepam and Valium, isn't it?
The Arts for the Blues has been used with adults and with children, in person and online, with overwhelming responses and evaluation results so far. If you want to know more about the model, the evidence, the trainings we offer, please get in touch with us, as we are trying to create communities of practice where well-researched and safe uses of the arts and creative forms of psychotherapy become easily accessible to all.
Greetings to all, it's Vanessa Williams, and it's a pleasure to address you in this occasion of the launch of the World Health Organization's Arts and Health Program. In keeping with the WHO definition of health that includes physical, mental, and social well-being, Black Theatre United uses our combined artistic power to influence widespread change in the theater industry and combat systematic racism in our society, which was and continues to be a public health crisis. Black Theatre United formed during the Summer of Reckoning after the murder of George Floyd, with our 17 founding members from all spectrums of Broadway dedicated to making a change in the world. Along with producing town halls with Sherilyn Ifill and Stacey Abrams, creating mentorship programs at the Williamstown Theatre Festival, we hosted a summit for commercial theaters that signed off on the New Deal for Broadway, which includes mandatory EDIAB training for every aspect of the theater once they reopen. The document lives on our website at blacktheatreunited.com, so you can check it out. And another impressive achievement was gathering all of our members during quarantine to perform our theme song, Stand for Change, written by NYU heavyweights Dave Schroeder and Phil Galston, who were so moved by last summer's social reckoning that they gave us this powerful song to make our own. And here it is, our heartfelt BTU music video, Stand for Change. Enjoy.
What was that like for you during that time, being the only Black man on the majority of the sets?
I knew that this color was my color, but I had no idea that it was a condemnation.
And I made up my mind that I could not afford the luxury of just being an actress, and that I would use my career as my platform.
Dr. King had requested that I organize as many artists as were available to come down to perform tonight and to participate tomorrow in the march.
Are you going to take part in this march tomorrow?
Yes.
Bobby Hutton, 17, in Oakland, shot as he surrendered.
The hurt is still there. Every time someone's called a nigger, it hurts. And you can't deny it hurts. But you cannot lay on it.
We've been silent for too long, being policed, and this is our what's in.
This has to stop. Something has to be done.
You cannot be afraid to speak up and speak out for what you believe. You have to have courage. Raw courage.
Tell you how. I can't tell you when, but we'll lay this burden down
and lift our hearts again.
'Cause life has one refrain. Stand for change. We can curse the dark, or we can light a light. Start with just one spark and burn forever bright.
Its price, justice, sacrifice.
But our eyes are on the prize. So say the name down in righteous race. And when you stand, take a stand for change. They've changed the world.
We will stand up for what is right, what is fair, and what is just. Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced.
Jag får ofta en känsla av att saker och ting tas ifrån mig. Jag kan inte längre göra det här som jag gjorde tidigare. Eller jag orkar inte med saker som jag tidigare orkade. Jag kunde inte längre bara stå vid sidan om eller säga att ja, jag har det bra. För även om jag har det bra så påverkar sjukdomen mig varje dag. Påminner om att jag är sjuk. Jag heter Bengt och jag har Parkinson sjukdom. Innan jag fick Parkinson så levde jag ett väldigt aktivt liv.
Det var några år sedan.
Härligt att fylla 50. Att ha Parkinson innebär att det tas ifrån dig bit efter bit. När jag fick Parkinson så förstod jag på ett nytt sätt att livet har ett slut. Jag har ansvar för att fylla det med så mycket positivt som jag kan. Lisbeth, min fru, upptäckte en annons i tidningen som handlade om dans för Parkinson. Trots att jag var väldigt skeptisk så anmälde Lisbeth mig till det och sa att gå dit och pröva. När jag sa till mina vänner att jag ska börja på Balettakademin så skrattade de. Liksom jag skrattade. Det går inte. Efter första gången så kände jag att det här vill jag göra mer av. Att dansa för Parkinson, det är ett sätt att frigöra glädjen och det friska hos dig som du trodde hade försvunnit. Men det finns där. Ganska långt inne, men det finns.
När den som man älskar får en sån här livslång diagnos på en sjukdom där allt bara blir sämre och sämre så ställer ju det stora krav på relationen. Det gäller att kunna skapa ett gott liv under nya förutsättningar. Och dansen är jättebra, då är Bengt glad. Då blir jag också glad.
Dans för Parkinson gör att jag får glädje tillbaka. Att jag fylls av energi och att livet blir något lättare att leva.
You look back at life as I go through the generation, working with my friends' children, their children's children. You see how they have changed. You see so much. It's a wonderful view. Nature is part of you. You enter nature when you're born, and you enter nature when you die. We never leave it. You're not special. We were cursed with thinking. We think there is no limit. We lose nature when we become too sophisticated. He's in a petri dish, overflowing, and the culture dies. My art is visual philosophy. To understand that we are in the middle of existence. You come to that middleness, you understand we are not so special. So I thought it was fun to make fun of the earth. I transformed the globe into the pyramid. And I work with pyramid many ways in my work. It's all mathematically worked out and correct. You see the north, south, you see the continents. And it's a very interesting project of overcoming our ability to think that we are everything. Every work of my art is a seed. You have to get the concept out. It's not the flag that's important, it's the concept. And a flag has its own history. It's a banner. It's look who I am, look what I believe in. I'm waving, I'm important. I represent the nation, I represent the belief system. I don't think any of my work thought out to be about the future. We always correct in hindsight. That's our biggest fault. Not learning how to deal with it. Destroying the forest, contaminating the water, destroying the air. We never look ahead. And there is always hesitation to change something because it's more difficult. When I say in the flag, handle with care the future, that's what I mean. If I could just tell people to take it easy, to slow down, enjoy life, think a little, be creative in whatever you do. Be better tomorrow than you were today. The future is vulnerable.
Well, to me, it seems ironic that when humans evolved a self-aware consciousness and not only became aware of the world around them, but became aware of their own uniqueness, their own specialness in that world, rather than solidifying that connection with the world around them, they seem to isolate themselves from it, that we are no longer part of the environment, we are no longer part of the animal world. And it's just not true. I think from the beginning of the history of our species, when human beings first became aware, part of our journey has been taking that vision quest into the wilderness, discovering ourselves and our place in the universe by reminding ourselves of our humility in the face of the greater environment, nature, as it were. Over time, as society became more and more disconnected with that environment, with nature and landscape, the role of the artist has increasingly played a more pivotal role as the mediator between a community and nature and its healing power. Artists ask the question, what if, to start that journey to consider possibilities, even in the face of dread, anxiety, and hopelessness. By becoming more in touch with ourselves, with each other, and with the environment around us, we begin to center ourselves, and instead of dreading the future, we begin to find creatively those paths forward that might create that better future that will not only ensure better health, but better happiness. Loneliness is not the absence of people. Loneliness is the inability to express what matters to you most. And if, as an artist, we can make a simple, truthful statement that resonates, and even putting it on a fragile flag whipping in the wind, that resonating message can reach the world. Because at the end of the day, what is hope? Hope is a creative act.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope that you had an opportunity to feast a little together. That's what today is about: food for the mind, food for the body, and food for the soul. So this afternoon we'll feature 2 panels, the first with leading researchers on the evidence for the health benefits of the arts, and another with artists working closely with and within communities to raise awareness, promote critical reflection, inspire action, and provide experiences of joy. Following each of these panels will be examples of practice to provide further context of how artists, creative arts therapists, and allied care providers, administrators, and decision makers are working together to change lives for the better. We begin with ARC Reimagined, a unique project that unites cultural tradition with sustainable practice as an antidote to loss and division in the context of our current climate crisis. And this project will be introduced by Navina Haider, art historian and chief curator of Islamic art here at the Met. Thank you, Navina.
Thank you so much. I'm Navina Haider. I'm the head of the Department of Islamic Art here at the Met. And our department is deeply involved in the art and the culture of the Middle East, among other places. And we are particularly passionate about Iraq, both in the Islamic period as well as the longer story of Iraq. Today's program focuses on a project that is based in Iraq. And Iraq, of course, has been a center for civilization, a nurturing and endlessly giving environment to humanity for many, many centuries. From its ancient Mesopotamian period, when it was known as the cradle of civilization, to its later golden age during Islamic times, particularly under the Abbasid Caliphate. And even today, Iraq and Iraqi artists emerge from the traumas of the modern age with new ideas and new inspiration, as we will see. So Iraq has been a site of renewal and revitalization for centuries, and humanity returns to it today for the healing and the renewal that we so desperately need once again. I would like to compliment all of those organizing this particular event in the way that they have conceptualized the relationship between healing and art, which is extremely meaningful. Rashad Salim's project, ARC Reimagined, offers us the possibility to revisit the idea of Noah's Ark. This story, the story of Noah, as we presently largely understand it, is associated with the Old Testament, where Noah, the hero of this story, is by divine communication instructed to build an ark in which to save every species of animal from the impact of an apocalyptic flood. But the roots of this story are believed to be far more ancient, going back to Babylonian traditions of such flood stories, and the story lives on past the time of the Bible in the context of the Quran, where Noah is among the many prophets mentioned in the Quran. Till today, the idea of an ark, a place of refuge, a place of hope, run by a hero such as Noah, lives on in our current times. And most often is associated with children's stories, and in fact it is young people and young children who more than ever need to be made aware of this story. This ancient and enduring narrative is set on the river Euphrates, this river that runs parallel to the Tigris, and has many extraordinary cities and hamlets and stories that are set along its shores. And the film that you're about to see is an introduction to Rashad Salim's ARC Reimagined and follows Rashad's incredible journey as he travels from the Tigris-Euphrates rivers in southern Iraq to present his project as the first ever Iraq National Pavilion at the historic Venice Architecture Biennale this year, earlier this year. The pavilion was curated by Safina Projects and hosted by Ocean Space and supported by the Iraq Cultural Health Fund, established by Community Jamil and CultuRunners as part of Healing Arts and under the auspices of the WHO to support artist-led projects that contribute to the mental, social, and environmental health in the wake of COVID-19. Since 2016, Rashad Salim has been working with artisans in Iraq to revive and document what remains of the traditional boat building, architecture, and craft practices along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This heritage, sustained since earliest recorded history, has been brought to the brink of extinction during recent decades of devastating conflict and trauma in the region. Salim's Ark challenges the standardized images of Noah's Ark, which are usually based on a European sort of galleon-style ark or boat derived from European boat-building techniques. Instead, he proposes an ark of its time and place, an organic structure, and a unity of many boat types attributable to the period of the ancient flood, which might have corresponded to a rise in sea level about 10,000 years ago that created what we know of as the Gulf. As we face today's climate emergency, and this year marks the centenary of the founding of the modern state of Iraq, this project has an urgency and a global relevance which deserve our attention. It is an extremely powerful metaphor. Ark Reimagined reaches deep into Iraq's past while tackling very immediate problems exacerbated by the pandemic of trauma, of a loss of identity and isolation, exploring innovative approaches to document and sustain Iraqi cultural practices in order to strengthen mental health and resilience is one of the aims of this project. So I invite you now to enjoy the film, which was directed by Giorgio Bosisio. I would like to quote, in conclusion, Christopher Bailey of the WHO, who comments, "Ark Reimagined is an example of working with communities on healing, on using art as health intervention. In this case, there are multiple dimensions to the problem. We have a community of people, the Marsh Arabs, who have been facing successive catastrophes over the years, from the intentional draining of their habitat to the expulsion of their people and the loss of traditional knowledge, all of which has contributed to a cultural crisis in that community. The project asks, how can we take this knowledge that has been lost or is on the verge of being lost, and by retraining a new generation in this craft, imagine a kind of conceptual arc, a new hope of how not just to preserve what was on the verge of being lost through successive catastrophes, but to imagine a new place that this craft can carry us to." So it gives me great pleasure again to invite you to see this wonderful film directed by Giorgio Bosisio and featuring the central vision of Rashad Salim and his project Ark Reimagined. Thank you.
As the child of a diplomat, being born in Sudan, a German mother, an Iraqi father, there's always been a negotiation with space, with time. Each place is a new negotiation. So I mean, that sort of expeditionary nature of trying to comprehend where one is and to find one's way. I spent many years in a state of unhappiness, real unhappiness. I wouldn't go to school. I would just nothing. I refused. I actually rejected Iraq when I first came. But going into art and into the Institute of Fine Arts was the beginning of sort of a revelation of where I was, because we had friends, students, colleagues from all over the country, and I started traveling with them. And in 1977, I had the privilege of being selected by Thor Heyerdahl to join the Tigris Reed boat expedition, retracing ancient trade routes across the Indian Ocean.
Rashad! Welcome back!
It's a reed boat, and out at sea, one of the things, there's something corporal you know, in it, in that, you know, when you're standing on the boat, you actually feel physically the waves and the movement of the waves. You're on a flexible, a tensile body, but also it's slow. So you have the time to experience the surface of the water, wave within wave, and the amount of life that lives on the surface of it. So when I was diving and swimming underneath, you could see that the boat itself had turned into a garden. So you had a complete ecosystem from the worms and the grass and the green on the boat, and that was, you know, one of the most inspiring sort of experiences. You know, the end of the 90s, you know, I was thinking about the Ark, but not so much the Ark. I began with the idea of a self-sustaining island. You could make a whole life system around you. Yeah? So if you made an organic garden, you could actually create your own ecosystem.
Scorching summer heat and drought have worsened conditions for farmers and livestock herders in Iraq, a country already scarred by war and violence. With its farmlands drying up, livestock dying, Iraq is struggling with a host of environmental challenges.
Iraq is like Venice. You know, there are points that are at the front line of climate change.
Venice is literally drowning and the water is rising.
And we're talking about a situation where we are destroying the means of surviving that. You know, Iraq, you know, and it's only 33-meter rise, you know, from the sea to Baghdad, you know, over 600 kilometers. So what are you going to do when the water rises and millions, and this is already happening in places, you know, Myanmar and the you know, Bangladesh and these areas, you know, these are flat lands with millions of people, you know.
Fire.
Now, I'm an adult in a spaceship looking down to a beautiful, beautiful Earth.
Instead of finding the solutions, you have
basically two modalities. Get as much surplus money so that you can get the fuck out, and go into space, or wipe out everybody else so that you're the only ones left. The stink of the death will be enough to kill anybody else. So we're in a serious situation that we have to reconsider the mythologies that are driving this shit, and get to a point where we actually see that we have the knowledge, we have the place, we could do something alternative in the same way that you can reinterpret the Ark.
One of the biblical stories that I loved as a child was Noah's Ark. But later, as I grew up, I began to wonder how one boat with one man was going to save every species on Earth. As we've been through this torment of the last few months, I think we've all learned one thing, is that whatever we need to overcome together as a global community.
The first mention of the Ark is in the Gilgamesh. And this writing down is 5,000 years at least from the event. And between that writing and us is 5,000 years. And in the 5,000 years from that writing to us, the Akkadians took it from the Sumerians, then the Babylonians took it, and then the Jews took it, and the Christians took it, and each one is interpreting it in their own reality. What I like about the project, and what I'm interested about, is to get away from mythology, get away from the written sort of Chinese whispers of time, and the identification of it according only to your own identity. So like the Western, Ark is 17th century cog.
If an art had been built at the time, it would have been built with the material and the techniques of its time and place.
In a crisis, people would use what they have.
So that opened up to exploring what material was used. The marshes were probably the source of civilization. Abraham is said to have built a reed hut, and in the story of the flood, in the Gilgamesh, or one of the gods that sort of tells that human beings are going to be eradicated. He speaks of turning the reed hut into an ark. This tradition of boats and the use of reeds in making the boats, the use of organic material, Iraq is very poor in wood. But people who make their boats will have to make it from the material around, and it was reeds. But all these boats, up until the 70s, existed. But they've disappeared, and this is the very first time they've disappeared in Iraq.
Since 2016, what we've been doing is searching for the original makers, and if they are still alive, working with them to recreate these boats and bring young people to connect with this heritage, and to reestablish that conversation with the rivers and waterways and with ecology around them. A lot of times people look at cultural heritage and what they think about is archaeology. The idea of to the reliquary, and that we have to preserve it and keep it. So because of that, everything was focused on the center, on the temple, where the other people had what they considered holy, the power. But of course, the palace is a place where you gather the material richness, where you understand that history. But you don't understand necessarily the periphery that kept the center alive, kept it alive, that built it. You know? Not only that, but that has continued living the way it was living when that was built and destroyed, and it continued living, and then another one was built and destroyed, and it continued living because it's living with the nature. You know? So you can literally go to places in the world where they're still alive, they're still working, but now they're dying.
My opinion, the boat belongs to the environment. So
yes,
if you have
precise.
the same environment, more or less you find the same solution.
These are some of the small boats that I made.
And I am sure in Venice it was the same.
I believe so.
So we have
natural.
We have not remains because the reeds disappear.
Precisely.
I am sure this is the first Venice. Reeds and a boat like that. Venice was born in a small motte, we call motte, and we built some houses with the reeds. The only material we find in the lagoon.
There's an alphabet, a universal alphabet of making. All these sort of basic human capacity, technical, agriculture. It wasn't invented in Mesopotamia. It was all over the world, These are all natural extensions of our minds, the inspiration of nature, So there's a universal language of making, but that is engaged with a real environment, There's been a breakage with the urban, with the wars, a loss of the vernacular knowledge of how you actually survive in nature, alone. In the time of the ancient flood, as in any catastrophe, survival depends on cooperation. It's the same now. We need global conversations about vernacular knowledge to understand the way the humans and their local ecologies have relied on each other throughout history, and how that knowledge can help people adapt to the changing climate,
to heal and revitalize places that are severely damaged, and to heal minds by rebuilding connections to heritage and place.
The Ark Reimagined is a memory palace for knowledge that is on the verge of being lost. It's preserving, but it's also revitalizing. Iraq's waterways have been abandoned for decades due to conflict and war.
But now we've got a network of boat clubs beginning, and this can help to bring them back to life again. If this can happen in Iraq, it could happen anywhere.
Endangered material cultures all over the world need arts, need oases to sustain them. Vernacular knowledge is a vast treasury that needs to be kept to hand for the future.
Well, I'll say thank you again to Navina for the introduction and to Rashad Salim for that extraordinary piece of work. So welcome back here again to our first panel. And in this panel, I'm joined by my colleagues who are going to help us take a look at the evidence base for the health benefits of the arts. And I'm joined by, to my far left, Joka Brett, who's professor and program director of the PhD in Creative Arts Therapies and a board-certified music therapist. Her federally funded research has focused on the use of music therapy for chronic pain and symptom management. And next to Joka is Kel Chapin-Stevenson, coordinator of the art therapy program at Lesley University and author of the recently published book, Art Therapy and Creative Aging. Welcome, Raquel. And next to Raquel, for us anyway, is Dr. Emmeline Edwards, director of the Division of Extramural Research at the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. Welcome, Emmeline. And finally, we have Dr. Rainbow Ho, who's an Associate Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor of the Department of Social Work and Social Administration, and Director of the Center on Behavioral Health and the Master of Expressive Arts Therapy at the University of Hong Kong. We also have Dr. Daisy Fancourt, Associate Professor of Psychobiology and Epidemiology at University College London, and she'll be joining us by video. Welcome, all of you, and I just want to give a special welcome to Dr. Rainbow Ho, who's joining us at a really difficult hour in Hong Kong. So thank you so much. I'm going to start with this question of why we need evidence. Why do we need the evidence? And then we're going to continue with finding a bit more about what you're focusing on in your own research. But would anyone take that question for anyone who might be curious?
I can start us off. I think, as we already heard earlier this morning, we do need the evidence, right? Because the numbers count in terms of getting people to believe that the arts work. I think all of us in this room know that the arts work. And we were talking actually early this morning when we arrived, do we still have to argue, why we need to be doing this? And maybe not, but unfortunately for especially in the US, for reimbursements to happen, for services, for policy to be affected, there needs to be evidence, which is often understood as numbers, as quantitative data. However, as was alluded to before this morning as well, it is equally important that we have the stories that accompany those numbers, because I'm thinking of many policymakers who may need to have the numbers to make, an argument or a case, but they also need to hear the stories, and I think it's the stories that is going to stay with those people who might be influencers, who might be able to affect change at a policy level, and they'll need the numbers to back it up. But the stories will be probably what they bring to their constituents to tell, why it is important. So I think bringing the story and the numbers together, for example, through mixed methods research, is so important.
And you've spoken about two things there, really, in terms of both why we need it, which absolutely we've been talking about since the beginning of the day, but you've also highlighted, Joka, different kinds of evidence, right? The numbers and the stories, the images, the symbols. What would you like to add?
I think we've seen actually a lot of evidence today in the performances on the stage and the videos that that's all evidence too. I know I've had an emotional response to these performances, these art pieces, as evidence that as part of the human condition that we have a response, we have a reaction, we know that there's something there. And related to the stories, it is part of our stories, it's part of our humanity, but I believe that is equally as valid evidence that we really need to have, and part of tying together the stories, but connecting us to why we're doing this in the first place.
Thank you, Raquel. Emmeline, yes, please.
I totally agree with what Joka was telling us about not only the stories and the numbers, but we also have to remember that in order for us to actually actualize utilizing the art, music and other art forms and incorporating that into healthcare, we really need to build the evidence for rigorous and replicable studies. And that's what the National Institute of Health is involved in doing currently through the Sound Health Initiative. This is a partnership between the National Institute of Health, or the NIH, and the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in collaboration with the National Endowment of the Arts. It's really building this evidence, providing support for researchers and practitioners of the arts to come together to actually do research in a rigorous way with large sample size so that we can actually present that evidence and make sure that we can scale that work and convince policymakers that there is a premise for using the arts in health.
Thank you, Emily, and you've actually brought us already into some of the work that you're doing. And so I'm going to ask us to do this, ask the rest of our panelists to do the same and to, in a way, bring us into your own lab. Rainbow, I'm going to come to you first to tell us a little bit about the research that you're actively involved with now. And so over to you.
Thank you very much. Hi. Actually, it's my honor to join you virtually while I'm physically in other half of the world. In Hong Kong, I have conducted several research projects to measure the psychological and physiological benefits of art-based intervention, as I always believe that arts can promote holistic well-being in different populations. In a clinical trial with older adults with mild dementia, we found that dance movement therapy could significantly reduce the negative mood, depression, and sense of loneliness. It also helped improve their daily functioning, memory, and helped them regulate their stress hormone cortisol. Cortisol is in fact the hormone that plays an important role in our body immunity and a lot of other functions. We observed similar results in another trial with breast cancer patients. Dance movement therapy could help reduce their perceived stress and regulate their stress hormone cortisol level. And more importantly, we found that after joining the program, patients feel their pain less disturbing and more tolerable. And recently, we also completed a project using expressive art therapy with community older adults with depressive symptoms. Expressive therapy uses different arts modalities like music, visual arts, dance, drama, and expressive writing. We found that the depressive symptoms were significantly reduced and quality of life was significantly improved in older adults after joining the program. Expressive therapy could also help other populations, like adults with intellectual challenges, adults with HIV, and also survivors of the earthquake. We are currently working with young stroke survivors using art-based intervention. Apart from looking at whether the program can enhance their mood and quality of life, we also want to understand if the program can help them rebuild their internal connection with their bodies. Since many stroke survivors lost their control and sensation with some body parts, some participants told us that after the intervention, they could feel their affected body parts having more energy flow. As you may be able to see in the images showed on the slides, the colors they use for their bodies after the intervention are different and richer. So in sum, our several clinical trials demonstrated concretely that art-based intervention produce not only psychosocial benefits, but also physiological benefits. Yeah, thank you, Nehas, for the invitation. And I'm glad to talk more about this if I have time.
Thank you so much, Rainbow. And you spoke a little bit about pain reduction, so I'm actually going to pass this directly over to Yoka. I know this is an area of expertise for you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what we're doing at our lab, the Music, Creativity and Wellness Lab, is really living into what Emmeline was just talking about, really building these larger, rigorous trials and systematically building from small feasibility studies and really consistent research program. And indeed, our work is mostly focused on music therapy for chronic pain management. So we are, thanks to funding by the NIH as well as the NEA, like the NEA Research Lab that Sunil was mentioning this morning. We are recipient of their funding for that work. So through that funding, we are able to do that, doing these large-scale, multi-site, rigorous trials to get to the high-quality evidence. And then on the other side, in our lab, we're doing a lot of work on trying to summarize the evidence of large randomized controlled trials, which is equally important. So we are conducting a lot of Cochrane systematic reviews on music interventions for various populations, such as people with cancer or people with coronary heart disease and mechanical ventilation and so on. So we're trying to put out trials that show that music therapy works as an intervention for a particular health problem, as well as trying to summarize the evidence that is out there.
Thank you so much. And can I ask you, Yoka, just to elaborate just a little bit more in terms of, you know, for the layperson interested in how music might reduce pain, how would you describe it?
Oh, we just had a conversation about that on lunch, during lunch. So my work is mostly focused on chronic pain management, and in chronic pain, it's much more than just addressing or using music for pain reduction. Music can do that, right? Music has, as we heard this morning already, has wonderful, can create wonderful mechanical reactions in your brain, such as increased dopamine, which has an impact on your sense of pain perception. But chronic pain is so much more complex than just the pain intensity. Most people with chronic pain will continue to have chronic pain, but chronic pain often has had a devastating impact on their life world, on their psychosocial reality. So in the therapy sessions, there's also a lot of psychotherapeutic work that happens through music, trying to address some of the negative impacts that chronic pain has had on these people's lives. And by doing so, you build their resilience to be able to live with chronic pain. So we always tell people who participate in our trials, music therapy is not going to take away the pain, but hopefully music therapy will help you live your life the fullest with chronic pain.
Thank you. And you know, I'm thinking about living a good quality of life with or without pain. And, you know, Raquel, this is where your work really comes in. You've really been looking at art across the lifespan and specifically with older adults. Can you tell us a bit more about what you have been researching and what you found?
Sure, thank you. So my work has been at the intersection of arts and aging, in particular creative aging. So really looking at how arts engagement can help improve the life and well-being, the health and well-being of older people. So some of the things that I have found is that the arts really are helping people to stay connected, either to themselves or to other people. And we know, unfortunately, so much that many older people are really at risk of social isolation and loneliness. But making art together, it's a risk-taking experience that experience can really bring people together. It has incredible rippling effects of their health and well-being. Not to mention feelings of motivation, that the arts engagement is something that's joyful, that people enjoy doing, so they're more motivated to go out and participate in these kinds of things, which, you know, it's great to have a reason to get up and go. And I've also been looking more specifically at how particular arts media and the application of them can really be tailored to the unique needs of older people. So whether, you know, we're learning, fortunately, more and more about how there are unique developmental moments that happen as we age, and also brain functioning. We're learning how an older brain uses the left and the right hemisphere much more in a unified kind of way, which really leads to enhanced possibilities for creativity. So there's all these pathways that are showing us how older people really have a great capacity for creativity. So we have a great opportunity here to bring the arts with older people to really help with their health and well-being, from people who are, you know, looking for something to do in their life and trying to maybe learn to paint for the first time. So it's more like a lifelong learning kind of a process, to someone who maybe is very isolated or even has dementia and is disconnected from their verbal aspect of their life, that we can use the arts as a new form of communication and bridging those gaps and making new connections.
In the area of dementia, our consortium of researchers around the world, including from Drexel, from Leslie, from Edgehill, University of Haifa, and Alanis, and so on, have been pulling together the research through a systematic review of reviews, specifically in the area of dementia, as a means of guiding policy in our partnership with the WHO, and seems to be making some progress there. So there's some really exciting work to return to. I'm going to return to you, though, for the moment, Emmeline. You have a really unique vantage point at the NIH, and I wonder if you could speak about some of the trends that you're noticing with regards to research in the arts and health.
So essentially, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the process of really increasing the research portfolio in the context of arts and health. At the NIH, from the outset, we decided to focus primarily on music right now, although we will expand at some, at the later date. So most of the work that we're currently funding is focused on the basic and mechanistic aspect of how music impacts the brain, how it's processed in the brain, and how it influences different physiological systems. So we also have a portfolio that's focused on arts and healing. So we do have a number of projects that are looking not only at the impact of music on chronic pain, but also on in Parkinson's disease, how to actually improve not only the gait, but the stability of gaits of Parkinson patients. We have work that is funded looking at the impact of music on cardiac biomarkers such as endothelial function with from singing interventions. We have also work that's focused on psychosis and how utilizing some of the principle of music, which is really aspect of prediction, can actually help correct the dysfunction that people that experience psychosis have in their perception of themselves and also their perception of others. So we really have a broad, span of different disorders and also various aspects of basic and mechanistic music that we're currently funding at the NIH. So I can talk about this a little later, but I would also like to say that as the director of extramural research at the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health at the NIH, we're very much interested in the concept of whole person health. And really, arts and health fits perfectly with that vision because music or other art forms really utilizes both psychological and physical input, therapeutic input. And so they are part of our toolbox in the context of mind and body approaches at NCCIH.
I think, overall, the day so far has really affirmed that we are not talking about whether the arts can heal. We're talking, again, about how and the specifics of with who and when, under what conditions. And the conversation has been moving. And one of the researchers who's really helped to move that conversation along, at a global scale has been Daisy Fancourt, who led the first comprehensive report on the health benefits of the arts through the WHO Europe office. And she joins us by video. If we could have that video now.
Hello, I'm Dr. Daisy Fancourt, and it's lovely to be joining you today. Over the past few years, I've had the pleasure of working with WHO to explore the breadth and depth of the evidence base on arts, culture, heritage, and health. And I want to talk to you about the report that we published in 2019, which is the most comprehensive scoping review to date of this literature. The report has shown us an enormous body of work from studies carried out internationally. Our report references over 900 publications, including 200 reviews that themselves cover another 3,000 studies. This includes peer-reviewed studies, but also there's a grey literature beyond our report that's gathering more and more evidence every month. Notably, the ways that the arts have been shown to affect health are incredibly broad-ranging. People most commonly think about arts and health as meaning the role of the arts in treating or managing mental or physical health problems, from mental illness to neurodevelopmental and neurological disorders and non-communicable diseases, and also supporting the delivery of acute care and palliative care. But actually, there's also a sizable literature showing the role of the arts in the prevention of ill health and in wider health promotion, from the arts affecting social determinants of health, supporting child development, encouraging health-promoting behaviours, playing a role in health communication, and helping to prevent the development of mental and physical illness, and supporting caregiving. Of course, the key question is around the quality of this evidence base. When we look at the collective body of evidence as a whole on arts and health, some topics are well researched with dozens of clinical trials enriched by qualitative and ethnographic studies. as well as laboratory experiments and epidemiological analyses. But other topics have had just 1 or 2 preliminary studies. So whilst there's clearly huge promise in further pursuing this topic, we need to make sure that we're levelling the playing field by investing in some of those areas that have had less attention. And we also need to make sure that we're drawing as much as possible on interdisciplinary research tools with cutting-edge methods, from imaging to physiological monitoring to psychological testing to creative methods and biological analyses. The report also finds that the arts may play a role in providing multi-sectoral, holistic and integrated people-centred care, particularly helping to address complex challenges for which there aren't currently healthcare solutions. As such, the arts could actually help countries to reach some of their integrated targets for key global frameworks, such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the WHO General Programme of Work. And in the report, we include a number of case studies from every continent in the world showing some of the fantastic practice that's already going on. The report focuses on arts engagement and health outcomes, the start and end points, but we need to understand more about the middle too. So since publishing the report, we've been working further on this with several new projects. First, what is it about the arts that mean they have the potential to affect health? What are the active ingredients they contain? How do these ingredients align or differ from other health promoting activities like physical activity, psychological therapies, etc.? We're just completing a project at UCL mapping these ingredients and showing the complexity of arts as activities, which we'll be publishing this autumn. Second, how do these ingredients trigger different psychological, biological, social and behavioural mechanisms linked to health outcomes? We've recently published a paper in the Lancet Psychiatry identifying over 600 mechanisms that have been proposed to explain this link between arts, leisure and health. These come from disciplines including psychology, biology, ecology, occupational therapy, medicine and philosophy. And we need to be using these ingredients a lot more, these mechanisms a lot more within our studies. Third, why is it that some people appear to benefit more from arts engagement than others? What factors moderate how the arts affect us? It's frequently stated that the arts are complex interventions, but we need to move beyond this just as a label and start to understand how this complexity operates in practice. So we're currently developing new theory using complexity science on the arts-health relationship that we'll be releasing soon. Finally, we have to understand how activities work, not just in research settings, but in the real world. We need more process evaluation, studies of implementation, to understand what makes an intervention successful, sustainable. How do we scale programs so they can reach more people, but so that they stay appropriate and tailored to their local environments? We also need to understand more about investing in the arts and the economic impact of this investment, not just for arts itself, but also for health outcomes. We're currently working on more work with WHO looking at this issue of implementation that we're looking forward to sharing with you. So to conclude, the report shows that we have a phenomenal platform to work from, but really the most exciting work I think is still to come, as it's in the detail that I've just outlined that we have the potential to understand and learn the most about this really remarkable relationship between arts and our health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daisy. So Daisy's outlined a number of directions where she thinks this work needs to go with regards to examining therapeutic mechanisms, indicators, moderators, the economic impact of investing in the arts and health, and thinking about scalability, cultural contextuality in this work. And I think I'm just going to end by asking you this question. Where do we need to go as a research community in advancing this work? Who would like to begin? Emmeline, I'm going to turn to you as you can't see me. Where do you think we need to go with regards to research in the arts and health?
Did you ask me a question, Nisha?
Yes, I'm going to try it again.
Okay.
Where do you think we need to go with regards to research in the arts and health?
So we're doing this in 2 ways. The first one is that this past year at the NIH, we partnered with the Foundation for the NIH and the Renee Fleming Foundation to actually work to develop what we're calling the NIH Music-Based Intervention Toolkit. This is really a primer or how to do music-based intervention. What we have found is that the studies that are out there are usually fairly small and are not grounded in a good mechanism-based approach. So what we've been working for over a year with a multidisciplinary group that was composed of music therapists or music medicine professionals, neuroscientists, behavioral intervention developers, clinical trial methodologists, art advocacy representative, and music, the Music Therapy Association representative. So we've worked for over a year to talk about the building blocks of music-based intervention, some core data set of mechanistic and clinical outcome measures, and also biomarkers that would be linked to the clinical outcomes. So we're in the process of publishing this material. And so once this is done, then we can actually test that toolkit. And that's what we're hoping to do in the next 2 to 3 years. Through funding opportunities, we would actually support research from a multidisciplinary team to actually test the principles that we are putting forth in the toolkit. The second thing that we are doing is also an effort between the NIH and a number of academic researchers to improve the reporting guidelines for music-based intervention. And with that, we are in the process of putting together some working groups that would include researchers, practitioners, journal editors, consumers, to come together and actually agree upon most appropriate guidelines to report the outcomes of those interventions. Because it's really very uneven right now, and it's very difficult to reproduce or to replicate studies because people are not actually describing their experiments in a total and complete way. So those are two efforts that we're currently doing in order to improve the quality of the research and to actually move the field forward. Because what I'll say, what our ultimate goal is to make sure that art-based interventions are incorporated into healthcare so that someday, hopefully not too far, we will be able to do like the UK and have social prescribing of art-based intervention.
Thank you, Emmeline. Yoka, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I would like to add actually two things that one that I think we need to move forward to and one that we have to be careful for. And I'll start with the one that we have to be careful for, and that is in our attempt to conduct rigorous research and mechanistic trials and begin to dismantle what Daisy was referring to, what are the active ingredients, what are maybe non-essential ingredients in the intervention. I think we have to be really careful when we look at researching the impact of the creative arts therapies, and I'll give music as an example. We need to be very careful that we are examining creative arts therapies, meaning what I see happening in music therapy research is that there are quite a bit of studies out there that are trying to standardize the music stimulus, right, to make it equal across all your research participants. Or the standardization of music stimuli is very important in brain imaging research, for example. And so that research is very important. However, in music therapy, music therapy is not music as a standardized stimulus plus relationship or plus therapy. It is the actualization of growth and personal insight that happens through active engagement with music in a therapeutic relationship. So it's very, very hard to dismantle that, because the moment you dismantle that, you're actually breaking a very important relationship. So I think we need to be very mindful of that. And then where we need to move forward as well, besides what the NIH is doing with their wonderful initiative on creating that toolkit and making sure we have rigorous trials, is to use systematic reviews like the one Daisy did, the one we're doing with the Cochrane reviews, to know where we need to go in certain areas. And I'm going to, sorry, I keep speaking of music therapy examples because that's where my research is. But for example, in music therapy, we just completed a Cochrane review with over 80 trials on music interventions with cancer patients. And we know from that Cochrane review that music reduces anxiety in cancer patients. We really don't need single trials anymore that look at Does music improve? We don't need to waste funding there, except in that particular area, we are ready to move to large comparative effectiveness trials. So do we dare, in those areas for which we have sufficient evidence, do we dare to move forward to comparative effectiveness trials? And for people in the audience who are not researchers, that means, can we compare the creative arts therapy interventions such as music therapy with another intervention that is typically used for a particular problem? So we're about to start a large comparative effectiveness trial that is funded by PCORI to compare music therapy head-on-head with cognitive behavioral therapy for anxiety reduction in cancer survivors. So, those comparative effectiveness trials, they cost a lot of money, but that is where we will need to move forward in the areas where we have sufficient evidence.
And I hope what comes across too is that this can be really granular. It's just moving something forward little bit by bit and building on each other's work that we don't always have access to, and that's a conversation for another time in terms of making knowledge more accessible. I'm also noting the time, and this is a longer conversation, but unfortunately I do need to wrap it up in order for us to give space to all of the wonderful presentations we have in this program. So at this point, I'm just going to say thank you to all of our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing and for making time to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm going to segue immediately to giving us, just hold on just one moment and stay here with me as I introduce a research, examples of research. So one of the areas that we know we have a growing body of evidence is in the area of healing environments. So in recent years, art has become increasingly important to healthcare environments, and studies have shown that art in this setting can improve patients' overall health outcomes, treatment adherence, and quality of life. Art also helps to create a positive environment for caregivers, helping to reduce stress, and for employees, improving overall workplace satisfaction. So to illustrate this, it's my pleasure to introduce Hospital Rooms, a registered charity in England and in Wales, co-founded by artist Tim Shaw and curator Niam White, that promotes the improved health and well-being of mental health service users by enhancing environments in mental health hospitals with art, design, and creativity. And we're going to play a video from them now. Thank you.
We started Hospital Rooms after a really good friend of Neve and mine was sectioned after a suicide attempt. We were really surprised by what a mental health unit looked like. To be honest, I'd never been in an inpatient mental health unit. And I was quite shocked by how clinical it was, how uncreative it looked. And when someone you know is really unwell, you want them to be in a place that makes them feel like they're comfortable, or makes them feel like someone's thought about that space they're in.
Hospital Rooms is an arts and mental health charity that radically transforms mental health hospitals in the UK.
Over the past 5 years, we've worked with artists and mental health patients and staff to commission more than 120 ambitious co-produced artworks for more than 20 of the most challenging mental health units.
We commission professional artists to lead highly imaginative and adventurous workshops, from owl life drawing to creating film animations using 3D scanning. These workshops result in the creation of major installation-based artworks that transform mental health ward environments. We offer patients and staff creative opportunities on their own terms.
I think the work of Hospital Rooms is really important because what it really is saying is that there should be no barriers to culture, and there should be no barriers to people experiencing and living with art.
The health regulator in the UK and the NHS 5-year forward view cite mental health units as being inadequate and not conducive to recovery. We know that bringing art into these spaces can have tangible health benefits. Despite evidence to show that arts can help patients to maintain a sense of personal dignity and control in what are often distressing circumstances, access to art or creativity is extremely limited in mental health hospitals.
We see firsthand the impact that art and the access to creative activities has on people in mental health hospitals. We take a rigorous approach to evidencing our impact and have formulated an evaluation methodology in collaboration with clinical teams in the NHS and researchers at Norwich University of the Arts to better understand and to improve our work.
We have adapted the Arts Observation Scale in a form that employs the use of emojis. The tool has proved sensitive to self-reported participatory arts-induced mood changes, even for very unwell patients in secure services. It has demonstrated mood uplift in all of our participants as a result of taking part in our workshops. By analysing patient experience data, such as PEDICs and PREOMs, we have seen increased patient engagement with the environment, staff, and community on wards. We have used the visual matrix methodology and semi-structured interviews to gather rich qualitative data about our work. These demonstrate positive culture change. Ward environments are perceived as less clinical and more personal. Staff well-being has been enhanced, and the quality of patient and staff interactions improved. In a project that is due to be completed this year, we have observed that the improved interactions between patients and staff has led to fewer incidents on the ward and less use of restraint, and subsequently increased instances of innovation in the service.
In 2022, we will launch our most ambitious project to date in collaboration with Healing Arts. We'll commission 20 major artworks for a new mental health hospital being built in London that will radically transform how mental health hospitals look and feel.
We've enlisted an internationally acclaimed and diverse roster of artists who put vulnerable people at the centre of their work and specialise in participatory practice. The project will forge a new path for mental health services and making access to creative participation central to the culture of the hospital. Through this project, we aspire to raise awareness about the role of arts intervention projects in mental health hospitals through evidence-based research and influence strategic change at an international level. The findings from this project will feed back into the work that we do and demonstrate unequivocally that the arts can heal.
Okay, hi, I'm James. I'm from Phoenix Ward. I have a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder. I've been in hospital now for about 2 years, mainly in Phoenix Ward, and I've been astonished by how good the rehabilitation has been on Phoenix for me, and a lot of that is down to the artwork, which is actually on the wards. We have special pictures in the table tennis room where I play every day, which have been set up by this association, this arts association, and it's really uplifting, actually thinking in new ways through the arts, and it kind of dispels sort of the stagnant nature of ill health sometimes, to see pictures that are mind-blowingly interesting. And I've been to some of these art workshops myself as well, outside of the wards, and they've always been fascinating. They're opening up things in my mind that I didn't realise existed, and as a result I feel I can relax and actually integrate with people properly and get rid of my anxiety. So as you can probably tell now, I'm speaking a lot better because I've been on this workshop to do with charcoal, basically. So I've had a great time, and I'd like to say thank you very much to all of you for your help.
Thank you so much, Tim and Neve. Hospital rooms. It's a beautiful project. And it is my pleasure now to introduce you to Dr. Mary Grace Barbarian, Assistant Professor of Art Therapy in NYU Steinhardt, and Dr. Alberto Cuca from the Marlene and Paulo Fresco Institute for Parkinson's and Movement Disorders in the Grossman School of Medicine at NYU. And they will be sharing findings from their latest research on art therapy in Parkinson's disease. Welcome, Mary Grace and Alberto.
Thank you very much for having us here. We heard from previous talks a lot about dopamine and aesthetic reward, dopamine and motivation and creativity. Let's see now what happens when art therapy encounters a chronic condition which is characterized precisely by chronic dopamine deficiency like Parkinson's disease, which is the second most common neurodegenerative disorder after Alzheimer's dementia. And although it is traditionally described in terms of motor symptoms such as slowness, tremor, stiffness, or walking problems, it can manifest itself with a broad array of non-motor features. Some of these non-motor features can impact on patients' quality of life and functional independence to a much greater extent than motor problems. And among these non-motor features, visual spatial symptoms seem to be highly prevalent and a major source for disability. Patients with Parkinson's disease can have difficulties in estimating distances between objects, for example, or perceiving the direction of moving items, or negotiating obstacles while walking through narrow or crowded spaces. And systematic perceptual biases have been linked in this clinical population with very disabling symptoms such as walking problems and falls. Our interactions with the process of making art are key to sophisticated neurological functions which are elaborated on different levels of our central nervous systems. And some of these functions are indeed visual spatial functions, and by working on achieving static or conceptual goals, artists can purposefully recruit and engage those very functions that seem to be impaired in patients with Parkinson's disease, such as shape recognition, motion perception, depth perception, or figure-to-background segregation, which is our ability to recognize and isolate specific visual stimuli when they're embedded into complex sensory patterns. And this is truly the main scientific rationale for this study. So we wanted to characterize visual spatial performances in a population of mildly impaired Parkinson's disease patients as compared to a group of age-matched controls. And then our Parkinson's patients group underwent 20 sessions of an art therapy program, which was developed with a wonderful team led by Cuco Acosta and Mary Grace Barbarian at the art therapy graduate program at Steinhardt. And upon the completion of this program, our patients were retested according to the same procedures at baseline. And these procedures, as you can see on the left side of the slide, involve not only clinical and psychological testings, but also specific psychological functions and computerized visual tests, as well as an eye tracking procedure to characterize the way patients were moving their eyes to scan the environment around them. And we were also interested to assess potential changes in brain connectivity occurring in these patients, potentially as a result of the art therapy intervention. So we also deployed a brain imaging technique called resting state functional MRI. I will leave the floor now to Dr. Barbarian to approach the study from the art therapist perspective, and then I'm going to come back at you with some also neurological evidence and some neurological data. Thank you.
So we truly are seeing the marriage here of art and science. So to reflect on arts and healing, I pay homage to Edith Kramer, founder of our profession. And one of Kramer's key premises is that the art-making process in itself is therapeutic. Art regulates, art resolves. But today we're speaking about Parkinson's disease, one of the many art therapy programs we're leading at NYU. And while Dr. Cuco has talked briefly about the symptoms of Parkinson's disease, we want to be able to contrast those symptoms with the story, as we heard from our panelists, right? We can look at the numbers, but we want to hear the stories. And in this story, the artist creates herself wearing John Lennon's Imagine shirt, which is incredibly synchronistic for today. She also surrounds herself with love, health, and hugs, as she titles this piece, Imagine PD Cured. Historically, the medical model has relied on signs and symptoms to develop treatment. But as art therapists, we promote a model that is also inclusive of strengths and satisfactions. My colleagues Cuco Acosta and Rohita Kilachan and I have been honored to facilitate group art therapy for people with Parkinson's disease on our NYU's campus. And when COVID restricted our in-person gatherings, we pivoted to a telehealth platform, sending boxes of art supplies to our patients struggling with the isolation imposed. We also set an online gallery for them to comment on each other's work. That is creative problem solving. We focus on innovative solutions rather than deficits, and that's the heart of art therapy. A lesson learned by this artist who made diagrams for his peers about trying to put on a t-shirt when your body is stiffened by PD. Or this artist who tried to communicate to her doctors about how her medication regimen had become a series of interdependent balancing acts. We focused on giving our clients an opportunity to have a visual narrative, focusing on how they're managing with the symptoms of disease. We also gave them an opportunity to express where the disease had manifested in their body. And perhaps as an ode to Christopher Bailey's comment this morning, we also had them rely on works that really resonated with them and trying to reproduce it. And as if you see this woodcut, The Great Wave, you can also see the artist's interpretation that feels much more tumultuous, and that boat in the water feels so easily overthrown as she herself was feeling overwhelmed by the symptoms of her tremors. So how did we draw in that quantitative data that we've been talking about this whole day? How do we prove what we're doing? We developed an assessment based on the house tree person and also utilizing the established formal elements of our therapy scale and the expressive therapies continuum. Here are just the sample pages of our Likert scale that we relied on blind viewers to evaluate both pre and post data. So what were the outcomes? Here's the first time point at the pre-intervention. In this image, we see a fragmentation of the images. The house, the tree, and the person seem very unrelated, and the line pressure appears quite light. After 10 weeks, we see a more integrated composition. The figure is active on their path, walking their dog. Elements are securely grounded. With additional funding, we were able to continue the assessment 1 year later and examined if our changes were sustainable. And indeed, we saw positive results. The work shows vitality in the buildings, the development of social relationships, and a quite fully envisioned scene. Here's another example. The participant struggles to reach their home that they have put sitting precariously on a tree's limb. At the end of the 10-week treatment, we see how the artist has learned to lean into his tremors. He has been able to use his disease and make sense of how it can help him in his art making. He has drawn himself planting a new sapling with hope for growth. And at the third time point, we see a robust figure who has learned to use what he's had. He's stepping out into the environment robustly, with conviction. Art can be dynamic and malleable. It can simultaneously hold multiple meanings. But isn't that what we aspire to? Just like this artist, who can appear vibrantly while she accepts that she shakes, sways, and freezes. As Edith Kramer theorized, igniting creative action creates limitless, expansive possibilities for the artist. And I leave you with a quote as I tell the end of my story from one of our participants when she celebrated her final exhibition. I will continue with Dr. Kuka for the end of our results. Thank you all.
So we talk about the importance of data, and I think I do have some data to share with you. I hope you will forgive me. But so when it comes to visual constructional abilities, for example, we were able to demonstrate, not surprisingly, that patients with Parkinson's disease on average perform poorly as compared to age-matched controls, as you can see in the top part of this slide. But then following our art therapy intervention, this performance significantly improved and became virtually indistinguishable from age-matched controls. And the same normalization effect after art therapy is noticeable also on the NAVON test, which is computerized visual test assessing figure to background segregation. Again, you can see that the number of errors made by patients with Parkinson's disease is significantly higher as compared to controls, but you can also see that following our art therapy intervention, the number of errors drops down and again gets very close to what we expect in people of the same range of age without Parkinson's disease. And also when it comes to the eye tracking procedures, you can see that the path length, the overall length of the eye movements performed by our patients while doing the Benton visual recognition test is significantly longer as compared to control. This denotes a poorly efficient visual exploration strategies where patients with Parkinson's tend to explore areas that are not relevant for the visual stimulus, and so extra number of eye movements are required to perform the task correctly. But you can see that after our art therapy intervention, the path length drops down and it becomes again very similar to what we observe in age-matched controls. And we observe also significant improvements in patients' general motor function and notably in patients' gait and walking profile. And when it comes to functional connectivity, one of the most striking findings is that we observed after 20 sessions of art therapy increases in the levels of functional connectivity in brain regions that are specifically concerned with the processing and the elaboration of upcoming visual information, thus suggesting that improved perception may actually be the major basis for the observed clinical and behavioral improvements. There are obviously some methodological limitations inherent to the exploratory nature of this study, but we were able to demonstrate with an hypothesis-driven experimental design based on multimodal biomarkers, not only that patients with Parkinson's disease tend to have poor visual spatial skills, but also that art therapy holds potential to improve those faulty perceptual skills. And this, I think, really speaks about the multidisciplinary nature of this project. And I want also to thank the collaborators of the Merlin and Paulo Fresco Institute, Dr. Andy Fagan, our executive director, Dr. Biagioni, the previous PI of the study, and all the other collaborators, including Dr. Kush Sharma, who's sitting in the audience. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that terrific presentation. Now we are going to turn to Brian Harris, who is a neurologic music therapist fellow, where his clinical work and research is focused on using music to improve outcomes following neurologic injury. And he has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, CNBC, and most recently, Rolling Stone. He's the CEO of MedRhythms, a digital therapeutics company at the intersection of music, neuroscience, and technology that is building what will be the world's first prescription music platform. Brian Harris.
Well, thank you, Nisha, and thank you so much for having me here. It's certainly an honor to be here with you all today, sharing this stage with such an esteemed colleagues here. And anytime we get an opportunity to share this journey that we're on at MedRhythms, it's always an honor, so I appreciate the opportunity. I started my career as a neurologic music therapist, as Nisha said, at Spaulding Rehabilitation Hospital in Boston, where I was treating patients primarily with strokes and brain injuries. What we were finding was that patients were getting better faster than standard of care, with greater results, and we now had the neuroscience to not only explain how this was possible, but also how we could standardize and replicate those results. We were specifically seeing great results in using music to improve walking. And so as I was treating those patients, when we first started thinking about MedRhythms, it was with this dream that music would become part of the standard of care, that music would become a prescription modality that could be precisely prescribed to the patients that needed it and when, and that those prescriptions would be accessible to everybody that needs them around the world. And that was really the fuel that we're chasing today to try to make that dream a reality. And so we are building prescription digital therapeutics that are run through rigorous clinical evidence, FDA regulated, using sensors, software, and music to improve walking following neurologic disease and injury. And our dream is to redefine medicine and revolutionize the world of neurology through the power of music. And our products are based upon this underlying neuroscience research that's been around for about 5 decades called auditory motor entrainment. And what this research shows is that when the human brain hears an external, consistent, and auditory rhythmic cue, that it activates our auditory system because it's an auditory cue. But that our auditory and our motor systems are subconsciously connected via the reticulospinal tract, such that we can use an external auditory cue to engage the motor system. Now, this is applicable in healthy individuals, the correlation being that when you hear a piece of music, you want to tap your foot along with it because the rhythm is actually engaging your motor system, but it's also applicable with those who have damage to the motor system. So things like stroke, Parkinson's disease, MS, etc. We can use an external auditory cue to engage the motor system to help it to improve functions and walking. More recently, this neuroscience has been used as the foundation of a standardized clinical intervention called rhythmic auditory stimulation, which has been studied in the lab setting for about 3 decades, demonstrating its efficacy to improve outcomes in walking, improving things like stride length, speed, symmetry, balance, and even a reduction in falls. And so what we've done at MedRhythms is we've taken that science and the neuroscience of auditory motor entrainment and rhythmic auditory stimulation, and we've built a digital therapeutic that automates rhythmic auditory stimulation, allowing it to be delivered in a specific way in-home without the need of a clinician present. There it is. So we have sensors that connect to the shoe that collect clinical-grade biomechanics in real time, that feeds into our algorithms that we've trained to think like a clinician, to mix and augment music, where music is delivered via headphones, pushing the patients in a customized way to improve the way that they walk. Now, it is important to note that when we think about objectifying music, that there's also the subjectivity of music, helping people to adhere to an intervention, but also we know that our brains functionally respond better to emotionally salient information or music that we like. And so with that in mind, we recently signed our partnership with the world's largest record label and Universal Music Group for access to their entire music catalog, which is nearly 50% of the world's music, that we can pull in to provide music that's culturally relevant, but use our algorithms to mix it, to make it therapeutically valuable. This was what was announced in Rolling Stone a couple months ago. So as we look at our clinical evidence here, our first product is in chronic stroke. And we're looking, these are folks that are at least 3 to 6 months post-stroke. And if you look at the research in this area, improving walking in this population, there's literally nothing on the market that has been shown to be able to improve walking. It's at this point where typically people are sent home from the hospitals, from outpatient therapy, physical therapy typically stops, insurance reimbursement typically stops for interventions here because there's been nothing that has been shown to work. But our early data is actually showing that we can have a clinically meaningful improvement in their walking speed. We're seeing about a 10 to 15% improvement in our walking speed that's been published so far, along with improving their metabolic efficiency of walking as well. So actually changing oxygen consumption while walking in response to the program. We're also seeing this replicated. We have an 8-site randomized control trial ongoing right now with some of the top neuro rehabs in the hospital, where we're starting to see positive results as well. And it's based upon this data that we were recently granted breakthrough designation by the FDA. And should we be fortunate enough to get the full FDA approval, which we'll be submitting to the FDA very soon, it will be the world's first prescription music platform. And in addition to chronic stroke, this really led to the foundation of our robust clinical trial pipeline, which you see here, where we are studying this in post-acute stroke, in Parkinson's disease, in MS, and in functional neurologic disorder, to see how this could be applied across the disease spectrum. And by virtue of delivering this intervention, because it's with the technology, we also are collecting robust data about how people are recovering. So we actually are collecting time points along people's trajectory of improvement or decline that we can then match with all the data that we have about the music to perhaps help us to even understand at a deeper level how and why music works. So if we could actually at some point get to the point where we could prescribe music, certain genres of music for certain disease states or certain specifications within songs for individuals. Or maybe we understand, even with walking, how things like melody or harmony or tempo, these types of things outside of rhythmic parameters impact walking outside of just that rhythm. So this is sort of the future of what data and technology can give us in addition to the rhythm. So I'm going to end here with just showing you a quick video clip of our product, but told through the eyes of one of our amazing chronic stroke survivors who has helped us to develop the product.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Bellows. and I had my stroke about 6 years ago now. 6 months before I had my strokes, I had retired from being an assistant teacher at a Montessori school, and stroke got in my way. It was a pretty severe stroke as far as what I've been told. Therapy started with people coming to the house, and I was left with nothing except the support group, and that's where Met Rhythms came in. The way I would say it is just walking to music, to rhythm, to a little bit at a time. They increase the speed that you were walking to. I really feel that it's really helped me. And my physiatrist, he was so impressed at how much I had improved that he said, come back and see me in a month. We've been with Met Rhythms ever since then. The music started, and it felt so great I started to work.
In the morning, the sun. In the evening, the sun. In the morning, the sun. It's another day I wake and delay, pondering why I'm in disarray. Manipulation, man, it feeds the beast. Anything to grasp my next release. In the morning, the sun. In the evening, the sun.
It's not only my life, it's Bill's life too, because as a result of it, I have come such a long way that there's no way he would have left me at home alone anytime. Now he does, and it's all thanks to Med Rhythms. Don't give up on us.
Thank you very much.
I hope you're as inspired as I am. Well, prepare for more. Okay. So we know that stress interferes with our ability to focus and to learn. And this next presentation will introduce you to a project that's really dear to my heart. It's called the Miss Kendra Program, a trauma-informed social and emotional learning program grounded in an understanding of the protective function of the imagination and attachment. The Miss Kendra Program equips schools to proactively address the social and emotional needs of their students as they return to school while continuing to grapple with the ongoing threat of COVID-19, the lasting impacts of extended school closures and stay-at-home orders, and the upending of many other aspects of their lives. Please join me in welcoming the co-founders of the Miss Kendra Program, Dr. David Reed Johnson and Dr. Hadar Lubin.
Good afternoon. It's truly a pleasure to be with all of you, quite inspiring and thought-provoking. And challenging. Toxic stress is global. It knows no borders, and its detrimental effects are universal. It attacks the human condition in all of the important spheres, the body, the mind, the spirit. Therefore, we must address it from a public health perspective. We have to engage in early detection, we have to be involved in prevention and provide brief intervention in order to provide the predictable cascade of holding on to a stress built inside post a toxic stress, a traumatic experience, or just accumulation of a lot of worries that inevitably would lead to either a demonstration of symptoms that will get the mental health system involved, or alternatively, behavioral problems, acting out behaviors that will get the criminal justice system involved. Either one derails the healthy trajectory of a growing child. We have, therefore, to preserve the natural resilience, and we do so by bearing witness to the student's lived experience. Bearing witness requires emotional and physical presence of a caring adult who is willing to listen, who is willing to be there present with the burden shared of the student. And by doing so, really lifting the burden that has been carried alone, not to resolve the problem, not to get involved, just to be present and listen. The Miss Kendra program is doing it by really underscoring the Miss Kendra list, which is a child safety list. Think of it as a child rights blueprint. We use those list items in order to prompt conversation on a weekly basis in various schools around the country, in order to give a setting for the students to share with a caring, listening adult of their distress, in order to also prevent the negative consequences if not addressing it. Ms. Kendra's list. No child should be harmed because of their race, religion, or gender. No child should be punched or kicked. No child should be left alone for a long time. No child should be hungry for a long time. No child should be bullied or told they are no good. No child should be touched in their private parts. No child should have to see other people hurt each other. No child should be scared by gun violence at home or at school. Because it makes a child feel bad about themselves. It makes a child not care about school. It makes a child feel sad, scared, or lonely. It makes a child angry and want to fight too much. It makes a child feel not trying hard or giving up. It makes a child worry a lot about their family. This is what Miss Kendra says. What do you say? But who is Miss Kendra? Through this open conversation with a caring adult who is willing to listen, that encounter functions as a barrier, as a buffer of the toxic stress. It provides the child a template what empathy looks like. In our program, the Miss Kendra program, we do that through imaginal buffer.
As you can see in this picture of Miss Kendra, drawn by a first grader, you can see the child protected by that rainbow above their head. And from the beginning of time, from the cave drawings of saber-toothed tigers in Lascaux to Rockabye Baby, the arts, story, and creative expression have been a very important way for people and families to process toxic stress, trauma, and threats to children. Whether it's Bambi's mother who dies, Rumpelstiltskin trying to steal the infant, Snow White trying to avoid the evil queen, Red Riding Hood, who's eaten by the big bad wolf at the end of the story, Hansel and Gretel, who are put in an oven and baked into cookies. Stories we tell our children at night to put them to sleep. Fairy tales, stories, the arts have been a way to create a safe container for the processing of very difficult experiences. And in the Miss Kendra program, we've provided that through the Legend of Miss Kendra, which is a story about a single mother who has one child that she loves so very, very much. And unfortunately, the child dies at the age of 10. We don't know why. Some people say that he died by being kidnapped, others that she was hurt, others that he died from an illness. We don't know exactly. But Miss Kendra grieved deeply and for many months and was only solaced by her pet dog. One day she was walking to work and she passed her local school and saw the children getting off the bus in the morning, and she wondered, are they safe? And so she volunteered at the school to greet the kids every morning, always with a smile, sometimes with cookies, but always with questions. How are you doing? Is everything okay? And over time, the questions got deeper. Is everything at home okay? Is anyone at home ill? Have you been left alone? Etc. And all these questions that Ms. Kendra asked became Ms. Kendra's list, which is a poster that is put up in every classroom and every community center that we're in, kindergarten on up. Ms. Kendra represents the inner nurturing parent that is in every mammal. We're not reptiles. When you wake up after birth, a reptile's on their own. Mammals, they know that we need to be taken care of. All the neuroscience research shows that even having one caring adult in a child's life provides a buffer against the slings and arrows of life's adversities. And hopefully that child finds that entity in their own parents, in their own communities. But sometimes those parents who are loving their children are working 2 jobs. Sometimes they're drinking too much. Sometimes they're stressed by finances. Sometimes they just don't know any better. And so the child is walking around experiencing difficulties without a solid sense that there is someone looking out for them. And Ms. Kendra, who is not in the real world, doesn't go on vacation, has no paperwork to do, is always there for them. And so, of course, the kids, when they hear this story, they go, well, that's wonderful. We want to meet Miss Kendra. Where is she? We want her to come to the class. And so we say, well, we're not exactly sure where she lives, but we do know that she loves to receive letters from children about their worries, about the worries on this list on the wall. Would you like to write her a letter? And 110% of children want to write a letter to Miss Kendra. And because they know they're going to get a letter back from her. Letters like these. Dear Miss Kendra, Mommy and Daddy and TT saved me when somebody broke in. 5-year-old girl. Or this letter, Dear Miss Kendra, my family is always fighting. It scares me. Sometimes I feel sad about it. I wish it would stop. Could you help me? 7 years old. Or this letter from a 9-year-old. Dear Miss Kendra, I am sorry for your loss, and we both have something in common. One thing is we both have a loss. My loss was my father. I don't really think about his death, but when I see other kids with their dad and mom, it makes me feel sad, and his birthday was Sunday the 16th. I'll never forget him because he will always be in my heart. Well, I am finishing my letter. I hope you write back. To date, we have been in many states. We're in many schools. This year alone, 250,000 letters are going to be written to Miss Kendra this school year, and 250,000 letters are going to be written back to children about their worries. We have found that the teacher-student relationship improves because the teachers are exposed to some of the realities that are going on in their children. And it helps them ground them in why they came into teaching in the first place. It empowers the student voice. We need citizens to be able to speak up when they feel uncomfortable. Those of us who saw recently the gymnasts who have been abused, none of them spoke up. The altar boys who have been abused by priests, none of them spoke up. We need to be able to people to know that when I feel uncomfortable, I have to say something. If you see something, say something. And finally, because disruptive behaviors are misdirected attempts at communicating what my lived experience is. I am hit by my older brother. No one asks me what's happening, ever. So I come to school and I hit somebody smaller than me. I'm grabbed to the principal's office, and of course I say I know that I shouldn't hit, and I promise not to do it again, and I apologize. And the next day I hit another smaller kid. Why? Because last night I was hit again by my older brother. And I'm trying to communicate that to you, but you don't understand. So the data that we have, which is very robust, includes very significant calming down of individuals, classrooms, and whole schools, both in terms of the office referrals for major events, suspensions in school and out of school, and then the last graph of the aggregate of over about 20 schools. Literally 80 to 90% drop in disruptive behaviors within schools. Though we are also in other things, and we're developing programs for other kinds of environments, such as refugee camps, community shelters, religious institutions, because some of the principles are basically, as so many people here have said, it's important to listen to people. Oops.
Miss Kendra's lost her only child.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. And so if you think about Miss Kendra's list, very few people have any problem with Miss Kendra's list. It is like the basis of our moral society. It's the basis of child protection. It's what you hear about in church. And you know what's so interesting is that people say, yes, that's wonderful, but when we say we're going to have kindergartners talking about these items, people get very nervous. They get very anxious about it. It's ironic, isn't it, that we have a basis of a moral society that we don't want our children to talk about? And the reason for that is that we have no problem telling children what is right, but we have a big problem listening to them about what is wrong. And so we here in the Miss Kendra program stand behind the list. Sometimes that's difficult. There are all sorts of criticisms about this kind of boldness, but it's something that we need to be able to do. And so we ask you as well, are we serious about child safety? Can we use the arts as a way of creating a safe environment for discussing and openly dealing with it? That's what we're about. And there's an audio which we can't hear, but that's okay, because thank you very much.
Thank you. We've had quite a range this afternoon, and I'm appreciating the fact that we've landed here, low tech, in relationship, listening to one another. So I want you to listen to me. We're going to take a break, but it's going to be a very short one. It's going to be 10 minutes. We're going to resume at 3:40, and I hope you get a little stretch in there. Thank you so much to all of these wonderful presenters for the wonderful research you've been doing. Thank you so much. Recent research on mirroring indicates that it encourages a sense of attunement and well-being. We are now joined by drama therapist Adam Stevens and Idalmis Garcia Rodriguez, music therapist Jasmine Edwards, and students Eva Reyes-Gribben, Sean McGowan, and Mercy Sani from Cook School and Institute, Rockwell, and Churchill.
Something is going to happen, to happen. What will it be? What will it be? Something is going to happen, to happen. We will wait and see what it will be. Is there anybody out there? 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 I can hear an echo.
Thank you, synchrony. There's also something that was synchronous with the last presentation that we saw just before break in terms of attunement between a child and an adult and the kind of echo and ripple effect that that can have in a society, the microcosm of which is here in this room and with you online. We now turn to our last panel of the day and to the practice itself. This next panel asks us to consider how artists are responding to the big questions and current concerns, and the role of cultural institutions in promoting health, care, and well-being. This next panel will be chaired by a woman whose vision and collaboration has made today's event possible, Heidi Holder, the Chair of Education here at the Met. Over to you.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, people who are here virtually, and good afternoon to those of the artists, policymakers, researchers, and practitioners in the audience here with us and in the virtual world out there. As she said, I'm Heidi Holder, the Frederick P. and Sandra P. Rose Chair of Education. I'm proud to chair this conversation with artists and institutions. And I think this is the panel that's sort of summing up everything, because we've talked about policy, we've talked about evidence, we've talked about the programs that are happening, but I wanted us to have a panel in which we talked about the site at which things occur. Where does this stuff happening? Who is it happening with? Who are the people? So we have about 35 minutes, but I wanted to get straight into the conversation. So I'm going to do some really brief introductions. So remotely, we have Mohammed Hafez, who is a Syrian-American artist and architect, who was born in Damascus, raised in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and educated in the Midwestern United States. Hafez's recent work responds to the atrocities of the Syrian war, and he creates miniatures. Mohammed depicts cities besieged by civil war to capture the magnitude of the devastation and to expose the frailty of human life, and this is also a devastation to me of art and culture as well. With us in Grace Renee Rogers, we have Chaya Chom, and Chaya is the executive director of Mekong, the Vietnamese Cultural Center. In 2012, Chaya founded Mekong NYC in the Bronx, a social justice organization that empowers Southeast Asians through community organization and movement building, centering healing through arts and culture, and creating a strong safety net rooted in community power. And with us, we also have Anna Bess Moya Bell. She's the artistic director of Second Act, and Second Act is the coming together of two organizations, which is the Improbable Players and creating outreach about addiction support together. And they are merged under the joint mission of changing the way people and communities respond to the impact of substance use through theater and drama therapy. So I'm just gonna go right into it, all right? So I wanted to start with Mohammed. If you can talk a bit about, if you can tell us briefly about the role that art plays in healing in your personal practice.
Sure, well, thank you very much for having me on this panel. I hope the day is going great. It sounds like a fantastic symposium. I can speak to my personal experience with art and healing, because it started with me not being able to go home Syria before the war for about 10 years. So I was very nostalgic and very homesick. And, we're all busy with our day-to-day jobs. So I also had a very fast-paced corporate job designing very tall buildings with an architectural firm. So in order for me to perform and keep a straight face at work, I have maintained a studio practice on the side at my home, detailing and building these miniatures of Damascus and the country how I used to remember it. And it just so happened by dumb luck that as the history shows, the country went through a very prosperous years in 2003 till 2010. And then as the war started, my art reflected that turmoil. As the destruction started, my art in that phase reflected that destruction, and then the aftermath of it, of my parents leaving and the refugee crisis, and my sister becoming a refugee in Sweden, and what that meant for us as a family. So by dumb luck, it's just, if you look at my work parallel to history, each phase, in each political phase in our region had its own impact on the work. And it was the only way for me to kind of lose track of time and cope with all the trauma that we were going under. I'll just add, typically the focus is on, and rightfully so, is on the loss of lives and so on. But as an architect, as an artist, seeing 1,000-year-old minarets and buildings being bombed out of existence in my beloved country, for me, there was culturally something to weep over and something to model in high detail and to teach and educate beyond just the therapy part of me, but also to take it to the next generation and say, you come from deep roots, and this is your country before all of this war happened.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. You referred to something that I wanted to pick up the thread with Chaya, because although we talk about the role that art and healing has on individual well-being often, and that translates to family, however you define that well as community, but many times we're talking about entire generations of people. And, and I wanted to try to talk a bit about the role that art plays in community healing and cultural preservation, as we are referring to Cambodian and Vietnamese refugees who were resettled in the Bronx. I don't know if many people know that. If you can maybe talk a bit about that.
Yeah, sure.
And what that's doing there.
So, thank you. I mean, the symposium today was tremendous, and I'm so glad to be talking at the very end because of all the gems that were left and the amazing performances. And I think, for me, I came in 1985. I was born after the genocide in the war in Southeast Asia. We were resettled in the Bronx. And folks may know, it's home to the largest Southeast Asian population in New York City. And so for me, growing up in the Bronx and continuously, moving from one destabilized place to another, and I've pondered the question over the years whether I was a survivor or not. And for a long time, I thought I wasn't. And it wasn't until I started doing work with my mom, who's a mental health worker in the Bronx, who provide services for our community in Cambodian and in Vietnamese for so long, that I realized that, I'm also a survivor of the genocide and the war in Southeast Asia. And here I am thinking I'm only a Bronx girl, everything is Bronx. And so when we build Mekong, I think for us, and thinking about what it means to be in this country, to not only honor the civil rights movement, but the folks that really allowed us to be in this country, who fought. Bayard Rustin, for example, went to Cambodia, to the refugee camps to interview people, to make sure that our voice was part of the civil rights movement and that we were able to live and be free in this country. And free in this country means many things. And so when we started Mekong, I knew that we have to be rooted in social justice, but at the same time that we really wanted to build a movement that honored the history of the Bronx, and how this country came to be, built on slavery and genocide, right? And so as refugee, always the question, like, once a refugee, always a refugee too, that statement is true to us. And so, you know, to Muhammad's point, like, just how do we build intergenerational power? How do we create community as an act of resistance, right? And that when people ask me what is justice, I always say justice is healing, and that healing is a lifelong process. So even I think about like campaigns that we wage against institutions and hospitals, for example, that's how we sort of started, was about like the way in which, like, you know, for an entire community, our arts and culture worker were completely destroyed. So to build intergenerational power in this country meant we wanted to build a social justice movement grounded in its history, but also in the history of my people, and the culture of my people that were completely destroyed, and a responsibility for people, my generation, to see that carrying on the arts, and like, we've lost arts and art worker. And we, you know, in Cambodia, there's a saying that art is the soul and culture is the soul of our people. So what happens when it's destroyed, right? And so now we're sitting with that question as people who've been here, you know, for 20, 30 years now. I've been 40 years now. I'm aging myself a little bit. But, you know, when I went back to Cambodia, it was actually to get our people who were deported, people who came like myself. So in some sense, you know, building Mekong and what Mekong does honors the lands and history of all the people that we've been to, we've landed on, we settled in.
Thank you so much. I mean, you're talking about community and this idea of reimagining what it would mean like to have a future, and I wanted to touch with Anna about art helping us reimagining the role of community in healing addiction, or even reimagining what addiction sickness healing looks like. If you can talk a bit about your projects at your EDF.
Yeah, I would be happy to. Sure. And thank you for having me. I feel privileged to be on stage with the three of you. So yeah, reimagining community, and I do it through theater. And I mean, today I have been moved to tears so many times, and have been moved to think about who am I in the people that I see on stage, and what am I connecting to, and what is moving me, and why is it moving me? And really, and that's the work that I do in the world, is taking stories from community, putting them into narratives, into people on stage that kind of reflect back to communities what is happening, and what is happening down to the nuance of relationship and feelings and the way we talk to each other. So the way that I help people reimagine the way our community could look is that I give you a play. I give you a play that looks, that gives you characters that are probably some like that people that are in your life. And maybe you identify with somebody on stage. Maybe somebody on stage is like your mother or your father or a loved one. And I walk you through a story about addiction. And I walk you through all of the emotions and how addiction affects the individual and the family. And then at the end, I don't give you a resolution on purpose. One, because recovery from addictions, recovery from mental health disorders is an ever-evolving process, right? But also because I want to have our audience members really think about, okay, so what next? What can we do next, right? And so our audience engages with us in a talk back about what our community could do better, and what individuals could do better about addressing addiction and supporting loved ones. So that's one way that I help communities reimagine, and all of our actors are folks that are in recovery themselves or have some personal lived experience. And so we have this piece between us and the audience off stage, but also there's a reimagining and a community that we're building on stage with the actors. where they're stepping into roles that are like them, but maybe not exactly like them, and they're going back and they're reflecting on how they were impacted by substance use or by a family member's substance use, and in relationship with each other, helping to kind of heal together and build a community of recovery. And also, in doing that, we're showing communities outside of us what a community of recovery could look like. So yeah, I could go on and on, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The three of you are coming from, I would say, three different points of view, you know what I mean? Three different, I wouldn't say points of view, entry points into this notion of dealing with trauma in some way or using the art as a healing tool. And we've talked a lot of things today throughout this day, but I feel like there are two questions that are emerging, you know, that are percolating above the conversations we've had today. This notion of the cultural relevance of the art that you would work with, you know what I mean? Particularly as we think about whether we want to standardize or have things be widespread, how important is that? I actually spoke to a researcher today by the name of Britton, who, I don't know if she's around, but just she sort of tickled my thoughts and it came up again. And something that Chris said early this morning about the role of the community itself within the creation of the healing endeavor. I don't know if I can probably open that up. I wanted to maybe go back to Mohammed about this notion of the role of culture, cultural resonance, whose art for whom, who is seeing it, or even thinking of your own work, Mohammed, and the lens of when someone is bringing a particular lens when they look at this, you know what I mean? And it's very many layered. So I don't know if you wanted to comment a bit about that, the terms of the cultural dimension of the type of art used for particular communities, and what's the role of culture, relevance, history, and these things in terms of the choice of interaction, you know, yeah.
Sure. I mean, I can speak to my own personal experience. As a Syrian, Muslim, Arab, Syrian immigrant, brother to a refugee, Syrian American citizen now, you cannot help but to have this guilt feeling, and perhaps it's some survivor guilt feeling, because, you know, I looked at my brother-in-law's life and my sister who you know, crossed the Mediterranean on a little dinky float across the Mediterranean at night with all that, and I realized I could have been in that seat. None of us have chosen, you know, our path. A lot of us are just a result of destiny. So with that comes a survivor guilt feeling that led me to think that a lot of us, especially the minority artists that are in the West and are able to reach a wider audience, not only are we encouraged to do so, but also it's our responsibility to build these cultural bridges between our people, our stories, and other cultures in the West, in particular in times of xenophobia, Islamophobia, and the divisions. And then the other audience you're speaking to is your own, who have been born and raised perhaps in refugee camps, not knowing anything about their roots. The Syrian conflict has been going on for 11 years now. What do you tell that generation that has not known how rich the roots are? So I found myself painting two images, an image of the aftermath of the refugee crisis to help educate and humanize the trauma that a lot of the refugees have been through. But also I found myself building a lot of nostalgic pieces like the ones on the screen right now that shows our generations, that how our culture have existed. And a lot of these pieces are multimedia, where I incorporate sounds that I've recorded in my last visit 12 years ago to Syria, of how the streetscapes in itself in the Middle East sounded like, with the happiness and the joy and the car horns and all of that. I think for me, once I've realized my place as an artist and the responsibility I had on my shoulder, that guilt feeling kind of eased away, and it really brought me to peace. It centered me, because for a long time before I've taken this art to the public, I was extremely troubled that why did I, get saved? What am I going to do about it? I can't continue my life just saying, okay, well, I have a beautiful life in America. All of that is in the Middle East. It didn't affect me. What am I going to do with it? So when I decided to share my art, I literally had 12 years worth of body of work that was built in secret that was published all of a sudden.
Fantastic. Thanks for sharing that. I know. What about yourself, Chaya? Particularly the role of the community itself in building.
Yeah. You know, we're constantly living in, one of the things that we believe in is intergenerational power, building that intergenerational power through organizing. And actually for us, like, organizing is an art form. It is a act of resistance. It is the way in which, I think earlier someone mentioned that, you know, we need a revolution in art. We need a revolution in this country, you know, to really address, you know, racism, white supremacy, patriarchy, and everything, and imperialism. I'm here because, you know, the US was over there. And so part of the healing in the art is like the truth finding and all of that. And also the building of, for us, it's really like the building of culture, because we've lost so much and so many people. And so it is exciting to see folks imagine what it feels like to be liberated, to be free through the arts, but also through building community gardens, music, through our programs and projects that engage in intergenerational conversation. I know oftentimes, like, people in our community is like, there's an intergenerational gap, there's a gap. I'm like, actually, we've just never sat down and had these conversations with each other. And so the organizing work that we do is the healing work, is the art work, is the liberatory work. And we do need to address these man-made suffering that our people, the bombs, you know, the isms, all the isms that we can think of, the sexism. So when I think about my work and like our movement, the Southeast Asian folks, I think about it at the intersection of healing and organizing. And I also think about what it means to bring other intersections of our life, how is class, gender, race, who's actually getting the money to run these programs, who are actually healers in our community. And so it is finding these truths and allowing people to really to find art in their fight for justice.
Thank you. I do want to ask some policy questions, but I'm going to ask the evidence question. I'm going to ask Anna. Because we talked a lot about evidence before, our wonderful presentations about research, because I come from a policy background myself, and a big part of the, you know, the first definition of policy they tell you is an authoritative decision that brings benefits to some and sanctions to others. That's the other part that we haven't talked about here. But if you look at policy in that way, everything has a benefit and a sanction at the same time. So I wanted to talk a bit about evidence. What does evidence look like for your programs, Anna?
Well, I could go on and on with anecdotes, but I'll give you actual evidence. Yeah. So I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Nisha Sajnani for the last few years on a mixed method study, looking at two of the plays that I wrote. And I wrote one in response to some of the evidence or some of the impact that we saw the first one make. So the first one is about a family. It's very much about a white middle-class family and their struggle with the opioid epidemic. And the second one is a deeper dive into different addictions and also the intersections of socioeconomic status, the experience of veterans, the experiences of Black and brown people in the drug war in this in our communities. And so there has been, we call it arts-based research, these iterations that keep happening because of the evidence that we're collecting. And so some of the things that we found is that, one, after people watch one of my performances, they are more likely to be compassionate towards somebody that's struggling with a substance use disorder. We have found particularly that white audience members are more likely to, so most people are more likely to agree that addiction is a disease after watching one of my plays. But specifically, white audiences are more likely to to agree that addiction is a disease when the character who's struggling with addiction is played by a white person than a black person, which was a really interesting finding, which is why I really wanted to bring more characters of color into the second performance. We also have found that after performances, people are more likely to take social action. And that could be something as small as talking to a friend or a family member that they think may be struggling. We also have naloxone or Narcan, which is the antidote to an opioid overdose, available after performances in the lobbies of the theaters. And what we've seen is that when people are coming into the theater, they'll look at the table. We'll encourage them to go get trained, but we'll have 1 or 2 people go over. But at the end of the performance, I always walk out into the lobby and there's a line of people waiting to get trained in naloxone or Narcan. So people are more likely to take social action. And following performances, we always give people resources, right? We're giving them Narcan, we're connecting them with local resources. So not only are they more willing to, but they also have more confidence in doing it because they actually have the resources. And one last anecdote, I don't know that I can call this evidence, but so I recently have become a senior advisor to the governor of Rhode Island, which has been such a pleasure to really help talk with him about addiction and recovery, and particularly the rise in the need for and the efficacy of harm reduction services. And recently, we passed the first bill ever in the United States of America in Rhode Island to open a pilot project where they would be able to open up harm reduction centers or safe injection sites, places that people can go use drugs and be watched and by medical personnel to make sure that they're safe and given clean needles and all of those things. And so we're in this big room. The governor is going to sign the bill, and before he goes to sign the bill, he says, I want to tell you about why I'm signing this bill. And he started by saying, well, a few years ago, I watched this play called 4 Legs to Stand On about a family in which the son was struggling with an opioid use disorder. And then I listened to a community of my constituents talk about how they had been impacted by opioid use disorder. And he said that, among other things, is the reason why I'm signing this bill. So I don't know that I can call that evidence, but I'm gonna keep using that as a piece of evidence that is helping drive social change. So all those things are driving social change, but I'd like to think that I'm also helping shift policy and push policy forward.
That's fantastic. I mean, I call it's evidence. It's qualitative evidence, as my professor would say, and it's outcome and impact. And it's also a great segue into the policy question, because a big part of today is this notion of who's listening and try to influence. And we are in this conversation at the site, the personal site. In many ways, Mohammed, your work is personal, but it's also very global because there's so many people looking. And not to put you on the spot, but the great responsibility you feel for an entire people, you know what I mean? It's really quite something, as well as yourself, Mekong, and with Mekong and Anna for your program. And I wanted to ask the sort of a policy application question. So the major goal of the symposium is to motivate people who can create and implement local and national and global policy on art and health interventions, right? So I wanted to ask sort of like the one question, Now, the WHO defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. If you could contribute, right, to policy or something around the world, what would you say to those with power to create and implement policy? This could be advice, a suggestion, a warning, or a request. What would you say?
Demand.
Or a demand. So you have the floor. This is quite, we have a big, this is a platform. So, I put the soapbox and I shine off the top, so there it is. Who wants to go first? Is that the hard question?
I can go.
Yeah.
I can go first.
Yeah.
And then
Thank you.
Mohammed can go first as well. I mean, it's when you say that, I think about the campaigns that we wage, the organizing that we do, the fight for justice that we do within Mekong, and how we've built a movement that is grounded in, you know, not just being anti-Black, but pro-Black, the rights of indigenous people to their lands, working with our men to end patriarchy, working with our young people to build power, transforming our own self as leaders, because, you know, I think about, like, you know, as we survive these systems and I survive others, like, who's surviving us? And so I think about that as I raise my 3 children, who are radical leftist, anti-patriarchal people, non-binary, and they're so free. And I'm like, I wish all of us was free like you all. And so, so that's my greatest pride. And I think about, like, who is most impacted by these policies? It's really people of color, women, queer folks, gender non-conforming folks, people who are at the margin. And so those are the people that should be determining and making these policies. And sometimes even when, you know, the fight for justice is really the fight for our dignity, right, as people. And so when I think about what it means to demand for justice, is to demand for us to even be in community sometimes and build community, and stop stealing from us, you know. And that's oftentimes like you can't love our culture but not love our people. Like, we can't have that. And I think that for me, you know, the demand is for us to be more conscious of these social injustices, and to really believe in, like, Black leadership, in women and queer folks and gender non-conforming people. And oftentimes it's like, believe in us and trust in us. Because we don't want to be resilient anymore. Like, we just want to live in joy and love and all that stuff. And so that's what I think about when I think about policy and who should be making the decision. It should be us.
Thank you. Thank you. Who wants to go next? Mohammed.
Mohammed, do you want me to go, or are you going to go?
You go. I'll
Okay. So the question is, what is my ask of...
What's your ask? What's your contribution?
What's my... Oh, gosh.
And there's ... after that.
Yeah.
That's just a question.
Yeah.
So that's my framing, but, you know, you're making a contribution, a warning. People are making policy. They want to put this stuff together. They're looking at the research, and they're at the table, and they're writing herewith unto thee for, you know, what's coming after that?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that the policies should come from the people, for sure. And not only... that healing and justice and movement forward happens in community. And it has to happen in community. And we can't just Band-Aid things, or we can't just attend to one thing over here, but we really need to look at how this one thing affects everything around it. And so we can't just, like, throw a money or funding or something specific over here, that we have to address it all at the same time. And that what the needs are do have to come from the people that are suffering, that have to come from the communities.
Coming from the community, holistic policy. Yep. Now we have about 2 more minutes to be on the... Anything else? If you
Save the world in 2 minutes, Mohammed.
So, I will tell you briefly. You know, that all sounds great, but, you know, one of the things that I've learned by being a corporate architect, when I was clean shaven in my suits, flying all over, building, you know, buildings $300 million, and so you can imagine the clientele are, you know, predominantly white in the market that I was working, and predominantly conservative right wing. That experience really gave me, you know, I clicked because I was, you know, they thought I was Italian, and I blended in, and before I knew it, I realized there were so much similarities between my own culture and where I worked and where I designed the building in Houston, in the Southern culture. And oftentimes, you know, talk about policy, it's oftentimes, these stereotypes, you would think like, these are the regions that are going to be more spicy against Syrians, Muslim, and so what. What I realize is artists, sometimes the people are, we're just way too loud that, and rightfully so, I'm not saying, rightfully so, we're too loud in our criticism and our activism that we undoubtedly cannot reach a big swath of the society that is changing policymakers. How do you reach the normal Joe that is supporting a certain politician that is saying, let me make a travel ban that bans Muslims? What I found, and this is my message for politicians, don't support art because it's an activist check mark that you want to do and you want to look good in front of audience. There are artists out there that have really figured out to reach as far right and as far left in the artwork, and have believed in the power of art, how it can transgress and demolish any boundaries and walls, and can reach every heart that out there. For me, I've shown in the United Nations, I've shown all of that. That was great. But the most evidence that I've ever had was in my own university, Iowa State, when I had the exhibit of the refugee bags that you saw, where a bunch of girls came in with "Women for Trump" T-shirts, and the body language was such a very kind of rough. And then at the end of the show, when they experienced all of these stories, heard the refugees by themselves telling their stories, they came to me and they didn't say a single word, but one of them just did this with tears in her eyes and said, "Thank you," and walked away. And so I realized that art really can change so many minds. And if our politicians are thinking still that supporting artists is just another progressive check mark to do, they're really not utilizing this tool fully. It's a tool that reaches the East and the West and demolishes any boundaries between any humans.
Thank you. I'm sure we're out of time. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Thank you, Chaya. Thank you, Anna. And thank you to all of you for listening. And I think that's the best final word, this idea of art meeting beyond boundaries to the East and the West and the North and the South. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heidi, and thank you to the panel. I'm going to take my cue from those last words and speak to you now about the Campfire Project. I had the pleasure of meeting the Campfire Project in the Ritsona refugee camp in Halkida in Greece 2 years ago. In the summer, we spent time creating theater, creating a space out of time, which is in fact what everyone there was living, a space out of time, in limbo for far longer than anyone would hope. Waiting was the primary experience. I'm going to show you a brief film of the Campfire Project's work there, and then we'll pick it up a little bit after. So we can play that clip now.
It was the fall of 2015, in October exactly. It was the peak of the refugee crisis, with thousands of people had already drowned, crossing from Turkey to Lesbos. The crisis has gone from an emergency state to a development state. Now, you have a refugee camp and people are staying there for a very long time. It's just like this prolonged suffering.
So Ritsona Camp started in March 2016 by when the EU-Turkey deal came into place and the refugees had to evacuate the islands. Lots of camps just popped up, in mainland Greece, and one of them was this one. And it is a very complicated place for legal reasons. It's an ex-Air Force base. Capacity has always been capped at 1,000 people. It's a majority Syrian population, but we do have other ethnicities. We have Syrian Kurds, Iraqis, a few Somalians, some Palestinians as well, very few people from Kuwait, and we have people from the Republic of Congo as well.
So this is like the new district with 30 ISO boxes. They all have kitchen units inside, air conditioning, showers, bathrooms.
The Ritona camp is probably better than many camps in that it is not a canvas tent camp. They have the ISO boxes. Some of the conditions that I think I had imagined from the newspaper stories were better in terms of the physical conditions, but I think the experience of the residents was palpable in December when we were here. You could feel the stagnancy.
When Jessica, Jenny, and Mary Mitchell and I came in December, the level of depression was very overwhelming to me.
What is it, Jess? This is freedom.
Freedom.
And
I just got the sense that people were so isolated and that the majority of the camp was not even leaving their ISO box.
The miracle that Jessica did was putting together this extraordinary group of volunteers who come from many different places around the world and have all this different depth of experience.
Erin Arbus, our amazing director, was the first person I asked to be part of it. She wrote to me and said, actually, why don't we try to do The Tempest? She said it's about a shipwreck gone awry and the hope for magic and the ability to let go and not seek vengeance. So we chose that play. And then we arrived in the middle of the winter, and it was very cold, and we essentially saw the residents there with these campfires that people seemed to be talking around. So Erin said, campfire, it's a campfire project. The project is about telling stories around a fire.
Shakespeare's play is probably like 2.5 hours or 3 hours long. I cut the original down to about 40 minutes, and then I translated it into simple English. Adham then took that and cut it in half and translated it into a very kind of easy, colloquial, understandable Arabic.
انتوا ثلاثة غدارين حرامية وسارقين سرقتوا تاج برسبيرو وبالبحر رميتوا هو وانتوا بيصيروا منفيين ووحيدين بس الدنيا دوارة أخذت ابنك يا خسارة وراح تخليكم مفلوجين.
It's mean, right? It's scary.
It's mean, yeah, it's mean.
The performance of The Tempest in the camp under these circumstances with this amount of time would never, ever have happened if Adham wasn't with us. We arrived in the camp and people were just so moved. For him to come into the camp and basically show people there that they were not forgotten was the whole key to our success.
لا تخلصوا طولوا بالكم ما تدفشوا لا خبيت انا اللي قلت لهم اياه للناس هون بالمخيم قلت لهم ما تفقدوا الامل بالنسبه لهم انا شجعتهم قلت لهم انا مثلكم انا ريفيوجي بعدين استنيت 7 سنين لحتى صار عندي الامريكان سيتيزن في ايام صعبه مرقت علي انا حامل شنطيه ما بعرف لوين بدي اروح نمت بالشارع وتعذبت انا كنت محظوظ انه كان عندي اصدقاء كثير بنيويورك ساعدوني واستقبلوني بس في ايام صعبه مرقت علي كثير. انتوا ثلاثه غدارين حراميه وسراقين شفتوا تاج برسبيرو هو وبنته بيصيروا منفيين وواحدين بس الدنيا دوارة أخذت ابنك يا خسارة بس الدنيا دوارة.
My name is Jivara. I'm from Syria. I'm 16 years old and I would like to be an English teacher.
أريال
تحياتي معلم شباك لباك ريال بين ايديك تأمر تطع. I am Ariel. I'm a good Jin. Like she helped the other.
شو يعني كنت عم تكذب علي؟
بس لي لا تعيطي قلت لك 100 مرة انه انا لا تخليني اذكرك دائما اني كنت محبوسة بشجرة 12 سنة وطلعتك من الشجرة لا تخليني ارجع احبسك 12 سنة ها؟
لا دخلك آسف معلم ضحكوا ان شاء الله.
بوسي تومي؟
I was in Moria And Moria, there was no good. It was really bad because Afghani people and Syrian people, they was fighting. And then they was doing fire in my camp because in my camp it was Arabic people. This camp is good because nobody fights and nobody like do a fire.
لكن سكوت ابني الوحيد وريج نبولي غرق ومات واكلوا سمك وانت عم تلعي. لا تخاف. شفته عم يسبح مثل القرد. لا قلبي حاسسني انه مات. انا اسمي احمد المحمد، انا من مدينه حلب، عمري 25 سنه. قبل ما اجي هون على اليونان كنت طالب جامعه بجامعه حلب. انهيت سنتين اختصاص بيولوجيا بس ما تخرجت بسبب ظروف الحرب والظروف السيئه بسوريا. اضطريت اغادر بلدي واجي لهون على اليونان بحث عن حياه امنه ومستقبل افضل، وجيت لهون على اليونان. اول شيء جيت على جزيره ساموس، بعدين فرست من جزيره ساموس بقيت 6 اشهر، بعدين فرست لهون على كامبريتسونا. حبيبي الحمد لله على سلامتك. ونيك على الخلفي.
The play is done by the residents and for the residents. And we are there to contribute that event. That it's not us coming there to give something, but it's us coming there to help facilitate the conversation of they themselves perform that story to their fellow residents.
The thing that we actually figured out was to give activities to everybody, to every demographic, and make it all part of something that we were ultimately there for. Because the mothers, to be there in the sewing room when their kids were working on the play was a beautiful occupation of their time. Whether they were making something for the play or not, it was to blanket the camp with a sense of purpose. We started by trying to make things for the show, but then we realized there was just so much stuff that we could do in general just for ourselves that we went from trying to make sashes for the show to just teaching everybody to knit. So,
including me.
Including Russia.
In the morning, there's a preschool class that happens, and we put an artist in the preschool class, whether it be music, dance, mask making, theater games. We have stilt workshops going on, music, and then dance.
That's wrong too. Somebody come stand.
No hands. Stilts is also, from a distance, it's just fun. It's a circus, but there's something about lifting yourself up, like elevation. And not just elevation in a conversational way, but elevation in a physical way, that your perspective is slightly higher.
I observed the children on the stilts. What that activity can accomplish is as much as the child being in a mental health treatment for months. That the child has a sense of their own capabilities, that they have caring adults around them who are keeping them safe, that they can accomplish a goal in a relatively short period of time that raises them up and makes them feel that they are able to succeed.
She needs to keep moving. It's very good what she did. She needs to
When you see the residents acting out Shakespeare in Arabic, it shows you the thirst for culture, the thirst for exploring new opportunities. It shows you the desire to entertain. It is so important to bring forward creative programs, theatrical programs, to allow an outlet for the residents to express themselves.
وهلا صار فينا نكسر عصاية السحر ونرجع نركب بالسفينة ونرجع على نابولي وانتوا زقفونا للسفينة لحتى تمشي.
What was extraordinary was to see all of their neighbors, the other residents, from many different cultures come together. I mean, maybe 200 people were attending and watching the performance. All of that engagement and unity was unexpected and quite special.
Theater at its core has a civic function. It's political, and it's opportunity for diverse points of view to intersect, to be heard, and to be considered. People understand the world that they live in by telling stories, and in the theater you can tell stories with everybody in one place, everybody in one room, or everybody around one little spot of the earth.
It's really that idea of a campfire. You are sitting around it. It's illuminating. It's warm. It reaches. It radiates. This is a way to bring a community together.
I will tell you, I did try getting up on those stilts, and I was very thankful for caring adults around me. Very, very thankful. So as you saw described, theater has a civic function. And to build on that idea and to offer you another perspective on this, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to faculty from the Educational Theater Program at NYU Steinhardt, Keith Huff and Professor Joe Salvatore, founding director of the Verbatim Performance Lab, which investigates and performs words and gestures collected from found media, artifacts, and interview-based data. Over to you.
Nisha, thank you so much, and thank you to all the hosts and sponsors for inviting us to be part of this conversation today. It's humbling to be here with all of you and to be able to be part of this conversation, so thank you very much. As Nisha said, we investigate and perform words and gestures found from found media artifacts and interview-based data. And through these investigations, we aim to disrupt assumptions, biases, and intolerances across the spectrum of political, cultural, and social narratives. And we do this through verbatim documentary theater. We believe that the unchecked consumption of these various kinds of narratives that are largely given to us through media can affect a society's overall civic health. We believe that verbatim performance as we practice it slows down media consumption, disrupts these narratives, and can contribute to greater overall civic engagement and, as a result, greater civic health. So we define verbatim performance as the precise portrayal of an actual person using their exact speech and gestural patterns as a data source for investigation. To create a verbatim performance, an actor studies a scored transcript, which you can see in this image, that captures the speaker's cadence along with the original audio and video of whatever media artifact we're working with. And the actor works to replicate those patterns, those speech and gestural patterns, as closely to the original as possible. In our work, we also have actors portray a crossed identity. And what we mean by that is they will portray often someone who is of a different race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, political viewpoint, ability, and we do that as a way for the actor to potentially gain empathy around the experience of the experience of the person they're portraying, but also because we believe that these casting choices heighten an audience's awareness and understanding of the content of what the original participant was saying. And we think of this as defamiliarization, which is a term that I'm borrowing from the scholar Meg Mumford. So to demonstrate this, we're going to show you an example from a project called If You Want to Switch Seats, We Could, which is an investigation of a 4.5-minute section of the first presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. As you may remember, following this first debate back in September of 2020, the news media immediately sort of started depicting or talking about the debate and the debaters as being childish, that their behavior was childish. And we wondered, typically we work with a core ensemble of professional actors on our project, but in this particular case, we wondered what would happen if we put a section of this debate, 4.5 minutes, into the bodies of teenage boys and teenage girls. What would those teenagers learn about government, power, debating, and what would an audience learn based on their responses to those teenagers' performances? We were able to engage a number of students in this project, 60 from 12 middle schools and high schools across the country. And these questions were used to guide those students' inquiry. They worked with a curriculum that was developed by our colleagues Lily Steinhardt and Lucy Medeiros to unfold over a 6 to 8 week period. Using the scientific method, the students generated hypotheses around what they might discover through their embodied investigation. They learned the speech and gestural patterns and then recorded their performances. And those performances were then screened during a one-day symposium in April, where we had scholars and academics responding to the videoed performances and then engaging the young participants about their experiences doing this investigation. So we would like to share a section from 2 of the investigations. You will first see 40 seconds from the original debate, followed by 40 seconds performed by 2 teenage boys, and then the same 40 seconds performed by 2 teenage girls. These are students from the Appoquinimink School District in Middletown, Delaware. And you can go ahead and run the video.
But I'll tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you gotta be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his FBI. His FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're
Everybody-
moving on to the next. We're
When
moving.
a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is
administration
bad.
tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas that are
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump
And
and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question.
But I'll tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem.
His
this
own
is a left
FBI director
This
said
is a
the threat
left-wing
comes
problem.
from white supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got to be
Not
kidding
militia.
me.
That's what his
really? An
FBI, his
Okay.
FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
well, then you know what he's wrong.
Everybody who
When a
gives you
bat hits
advice
you over
in
the
your
head, it's not an
administration,
idea.
everybody in your
Antifa is
administration
bad.
tells you the truth. It's a bad idea.
Can I tell you
You
what?
have no ideas that are...
Antifa is a dangerous
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the King and
And you
Thompson
ought to be
records.
careful with them. They'll overthrow
When
you
a
in 2
president,
seconds.
I'm gonna ask a
But
question.
I'll tell you what, somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a
Her
right-wing
own-
problem.
Her own
This is
FBI
a
director
left-wing.
said the threat
This
comes
is a
from white
left-wing
supremacy.
problem.
Antifa is an idea, not an organization,
Oh, you gotta
not
be
militia.
kidding me.
That's what
Oh, really,
her
an idea? Okay.
FBI director said.
Well, then you know what? He's wrong.
Everybody that gives
When
you
a bat
advice in your
hits you over the head,
administration,
that's not an idea.
everybody in your administration
Antifa
tells you
is
the
bad.
truth. It's a bad idea.
Can I tell you
You
what?
have no ideas that are...
Antifa is a dangerous radical
We're
group.
now moving on to the King
And
and
you ought to be
Thompson
careful with them.
records.
They'll overthrow
When the
you in 2
president, I'm
seconds.
going to ask a question.
Yeah, that actually happened. So if your brain's doing one of these sort of things where it's bouncing around in your head at the moment, that's what kind of our investigations do. It disrupts. So it's a disruption of a point of view that is built upon social, cultural, and political narratives, right? And it causes a glitch in our perception that we call a cognitive dissonance. And what that does is allow for a pause, for self-reflection to occur, right? And then through dialogue, we unpack the how and the why of what someone believes and leaves a little space to potentially understand somebody else's perspective. So as artist researchers, we work to capture audiences' experiences through surveys which collect qualitative and quantitative data, right? Overwhelmingly from viewers, they reported that they had a shift in perception on how they consumed what the candidates were saying and how it was being said, right? And additionally reporting that they could potentially understand how someone could support the candidates that they did not. And in a moment of perceivably high political polarization in the United States, this is an interesting place to start dialogue to help bridge that divide. What you're going to see are quotes that are plucked from some of that audience data. I'm just going to highlight some key phrases here. I heard and saw things about Biden that surprised me. My biggest change in perception was that most of the mannerisms and strategies were purposeful, right? I have to check my biases. I am more inclined to listen to women, and very much so black women, because I feel so strongly that they are underrepresented. So what VPL does is it provides a framework for people to talk about their biases in a self-productive and self-reflective way. Additionally, we also collect data from our actors, right? And I'm just going to pull some quotes from there as well. Right, so this experience helped me realize that these people are human, right? It's important to find somebody's true motive, to never keep the same opinion on something until further investigating it. And my personal favorite, that it's not easy being the moderator. Right? Especially in big debates. We all know that Chris Wallace got a lot of flack for this, and our moderators had a lot of empathy for Chris Wallace after this. And lastly, from our teachers that served as directors in this project. Right? Maturity became an interesting piece for me. The words were just as scary coming from younger people. Right? And then I found myself more willing to listen and to try to understand because the words were coming from younger-bodied individuals. I think this says a great deal about my personal lens. And then lastly, we asked people to identify 3 words or phrases that summed up their experience. And what you're seeing in this graphic, the words that are accentuated and enlarged are words that we saw across multiple surveys. So intriguing, frustrated, thought-provoking, powerful, inspired, or inspiring. So what does it come down to, right? VPL gets you to pay attention, because if you're not paying attention, you're not holding people accountable, and especially people in power, right? We need to hold those people accountable, right? And holding people accountable is actively engaging in our civic duties. And just like the heart is the epicenter of our physical health, the brain is the epicenter of our civic health. And just like any other muscle, if it's not challenged, it's not growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe and Keith. They have some just an incredible archive of work if you take some time to take a look at their website, Verbatim Performance Lab. So this has been quite a day. It's been quite a day of exceptional conversations and project presentations. It's quite an orchestra, quite a symphony that has come together. And I'm very proud to be able to end this particular symphony on this note. I'm not ending our symposium, I'm just offering to you one final project. So our final project of the day is from 2 artists, Isabel Toledo and Aristeo de Mora Anda, from the Cátedra Ingmar Bergman, a vital space for thought leadership and practice in cinematography and the performing arts at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Isabel and Aristeo created Cartas Sonoras para Cuerpos Celestes, sound letters for heavenly bodies, to help a community grieve our many losses during this pandemic. And one more thing that I'll say about this particular project that we are going to end on as far as project presentations is that the kind of evidence it offers is not extractive. It is generative in the sense that communities were invited to write letters, individuals, we, myself, you, invited to write a letter to someone who may have passed during this pandemic. Those letters were recorded and they were played over the radio waves to the sky on a particular night in a community ritual. Each letter offering evidence of loss the ritual itself bearing witness, a generative process. So without much further ado, Cartas sonoras para cuerpos celestes.
Con estas palabras te doy el abrazo que quedó pendiente entre nosotros. Te extraño y te amo para siempre.
No encuentro una forma más bella de despedirme que elevando este mensaje hacia las estrellas.
Cómo hacer del duelo una experiencia colectiva cuando no podemos físicamente encontrarnos entre nosotras, ni tampoco acompañar a nuestras familias, a nuestros amigos.
Necesitamos de espacios en donde encontrarnos como colectivo, como grupo, como parte de un grupo, para poder decirle adiós a estas personas que nos han dejado.
El proyecto surge por una invitación conjunta de la Cátedra Bergman y el Festival El Aleph para pensar un proyecto que pudiera, desde el arte, encontrar una manera de vivir un duelo colectivo, pues en un momento de la pandemia en el cual no estábamos pudiendo encontrarnos.
Cuando arrancó la pandemia, nos encontrábamos en una encrucijada que durante los 10 años de trabajo de la Cátedra Bergman resultaba inédita. ¿Qué nos pasa en un espacio así sin los cuerpos? ¿Qué puede hacer un espacio como este, que se piensa como un ágora, cuando no podemos encontrarnos, cuando no podemos reunirnos?
Es un proyecto que se desarrolla en un país en el que la crisis de violencia, la desaparición forzada ya habían marcado, digamos, la forma en la que vivimos el duelo colectivo.
Hay un primer momento donde se lanza la convocatoria para que todas las personas que así lo deseen envíen en nuestro buzón sus cartas sonoras, que son mensajes de despedida, mensajes de voz de despedida para aquellas personas que hayan fallecido. Hay un segundo momento en el cual a organizar, como a darle un orden a todas estas cartas que recibimos y crear un tejido sonoro que acompañe estas cartas. Y esas colecciones son las que en el último y tercer momento de la pieza se transmiten en estaciones de radio de todo el país. Todas las cartas que recibimos fueron las cartas que se transmitieron.
Me hubiera gustado darte otro beso.
Te mando un abrazo a esas ramitas de otoño. Hasta pronto.
Estamos muy agradecidos de toda tu enseñanza, de tu vida mágica e intensa.
Tu sonrisa era un alivio para mi corazón.
Te extrañamos. Talamishi te extraña.
Lloro porque me duele respirar en un mundo callado para siempre de tu voz.
Don Lupe, ahora ya no voy a la tiendita. ¿Ya no está usted ahí?
Y lo que sucede durante esas transmisiones es que nosotros invitamos a diferentes embajadores, a que sintonicen sus radios y a que realicen un pequeño ritual en el que se despliegan una serie de objetos que compartimos con estas personas. Y estas embajadoras hacen que esas cartas suenen en parques, en casas, en azoteas, en balcones.
Y que también pues, fueron grandes aliadas para, con sus comunidades, socializar el proyecto, compartirlo, y que pudiéramos recibir cartas de distintos puntos del país.
La radio es un medio de comunicación que nos invita a prestar una atención muy especial en una escucha atenta.
O sea, que hay algo de la voz de las personas, de escucharnos, que genera esta sensación de proximidad, aunque estemos lejos.
La pandemia implica una serie de angustias, de frustraciones y dolores que fue muy interesante también entender cómo ocurren a nivel institucional. Este tipo de prácticas, las prácticas que unen las posibilidades de lo artístico con las posibilidades de la salud, nos ponen en un lugar que yo considero es de una muy bondadosa crisis.
A pesar de la reclusión, a pesar de la crisis que estamos viviendo, el arte nos permite seguir imaginando cómo encontrarnos.
That was wonderful. Well, since you're seeing me again, that means we're coming to the end. And I'd like to thank everyone who was involved, the organizers, everyone here who stayed to the end. That's amazing. And the Met, NYU, Johns Hopkins, CultuRunners, all of the groups that have been involved, it's been fantastic. And this last group, oh my God, it really did capture, I think, almost a summation of the feelings that we explored today, the practices that we explored that have a healing ability. We found that the arts is not really about curing anything. It's about curating your life and finding a meaning and finding a voice when you didn't think you had one. Carl Jung, the great Swiss psychologist, once said, "Loneliness is not the absence of people. Loneliness is the inability to express what matters to you most. And if you can't express it, start by listening." There's going to be an after party. It's going to be in front of the Museo del Barrio. There's going to be a bus there and some performance as well. I invite everyone to come and see it. In terms of next year, our program is going to be increasingly looking at the different methods and abilities to evaluate these projects so we can measure it, working with UNESCO to start convening ministers and decision makers to start looking at the evidence and see how this can be scaled to provide comfort and context and hope to as many people in the world as possible, particularly the underrepresented. We're going to have more activations, including one that I'm very excited about in Kigali, Rwanda, one in Abu Dhabi, and coming up in January next in Houston. But before going to talk about the Houston activation that's coming, I do want to just quickly quote one of my countrymen. We live in an increasingly transactional society where somehow we feel that your misfortune somehow benefits me, or your success somehow takes away from my success, that somehow fortune or misfortune is a zero-sum game. It's a lie. Thomas Jefferson expressed it best when he said, "If I light my candle with yours, your flame does not diminish, but together we make the room that much brighter." That's what this is about. Now I'd like to welcome Andrew Davis, please.
Chris, thank you. It's been great to be here. I'm Andrew Davis. I'm Dean of the McGovern College of the Arts at the University of Houston. And I'm really happy to have been invited to come to the podium at the very end here to tell you what's coming next in the Healing Arts series. It's been great listening to the conversations among experts. I've been a really interested observer in all of this. It's been great seeing the presentations of the work. It's been super informative for me, and I'm sure it has for everyone else as well. So thank you so much. In the way of what's coming next, as Chris said, you can hear that there are numerous activations planned in the Healing Arts series. The next will be about 8 weeks from now, I think, a little over 2 months, in Houston, Texas. And I'd like to tell you just for a couple of minutes exactly what that'll look like, or give you an overview, rather, of what that will look like. And then we have a very short video to play that will give you a sneak preview of what's happening there. But let me tell you, in the way of introduction, the two perspectives on this. What is the University of Houston's interest in this work, and what is the City of Houston's interest in this work? I think you'll find that Houston is a really interesting place for the work that we've been talking about today. In terms of the University of Houston, the university has a recently established College of Medicine that is admitting its second class this fall with an emphasis on primary care. There is an exciting university-wide initiative in population health. There is a large and robust College of Visual and Performing Arts at the university with an arts leadership program offering a certificate in arts and health, training arts practitioners to work in healthcare, non-clinical situations in healthcare institutions. There is a program in music therapy in development. There is interdisciplinary coursework in the arts and medicine, including, for example, an interesting course for physicians on interpreting the visual world and observed visual cues, taught in the immersive environment of the Museum of Fine Arts Houston. And there is further extensive collaborative research in the arts, medicine, and among researchers based in the major Houston hospitals. In terms of the interest of the City of Houston in all of this, there is extensive work, as I mentioned, in arts and health, especially in the major medical institutions in Houston, where the Texas Medical Center is a center, just that, for employing creative arts therapists in all disciplines. There is a local infrastructure in the City of Houston that includes the city government that is very interested in issues of mental health, public health, population health, and the effects of all of these on our rapidly growing and very diverse 21st century American city. So Healing Arts Houston will be in January 2022. It's January 20th through the 20th through the 22nd, 2022, and it will involve many institutions from across the City of Houston and beyond, from universities to community-based nonprofits to all of the major hospitals and medical institutions in the City of Houston. That includes the 6 largest in the city. That's Houston Methodist Hospital, MD Anderson Cancer Center, Texas Children's Hospital, Memorial Hermann Hospital, the Menninger Clinic, Baylor College of Medicine, all of those participating in Healing Arts Houston. With lectures, workshops, demonstrations, research presentations, policy discussions, a concurrent exhibition at the University of Houston's Blaffer Art Museum, and invited featured presentations and keynotes, including by, just to name a few of them, Dr. Peter Hotez of the Baylor College of Medicine, Todd Frazier, the past president of the National Organization of Arts and Health, and the MacArthur Fellow Rick Lowe of the University of Houston. So registration for the symposium is open online right now, and I invite everyone to be our guests in Houston, come to Houston, see the great city, and experience the symposium. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all. It's been a real pleasure to be here. We will run a short video before we finish. Thank you so much.
Arts are important to our health because they define who we are. When you're in a hospital, a child is defined by their disease. Through the arts, they're an artist, they're a performer, they're a writer. Art gives children a voice. It gives children an opportunity to express themselves. It gives them some sense of control in a day when most decisions are made for them. We get to see that moment when they're a child first and not a patient.
Artists are often thought about as, doing their own work in their own studios and in their own spheres. We don't automatically connect artists and the work of artists with healthcare, but in the past 20, 30 years, this has been a really innovative area of growth. Recently, the University of Houston established a medical school, and that has given us even more opportunity to collaborate with that college to determine what are the most innovative and progressive health services we can provide as a community.
Houston is a leader in both the arts and healthcare. Houston leads in healthcare and health sciences with organizations like the Texas Medical Center as the largest medical center in the world. Additionally, Houston is a leader in the arts. The city is a collaborative place where people want to work together to create innovation.
The World Health Organization, specifically the Arts and Health Division of the WHO, contacted the University of Houston because they were aware, along with CultuRunners in London, of the innovative arts and health work that was happening at the University of Houston. The WHO wanted to bring the Healing Arts series to the city of Houston and to the university, and we immediately embraced the idea. It's important to host a symposium like this and to bring this kind of event to the city of Houston because there's so much evidence now about the healing power of the arts and just how much impact the arts can make on healthcare outcomes today. The Healing Arts Innovations in Arts and Health Symposium at the University of Houston will take place January 20th through 22nd, 2022, and it will feature research presentations, workshops, demonstrations, invited speakers and keynote speakers from the health sciences and from the arts, all of them addressing the importance of the work in arts and health and the importance of developing and implementing policies to support that work.
The arts have an important role in rounding out the offerings at any major research university. I think the collaborative and interdisciplinary nature of both our College of Medicine and the College of the Arts at the University of Houston reflect the wider spirit of innovation and collaboration that permeates this university and the city in which we live. So I can't imagine a better location for this conference to take place.
I invite you to come to the city of Houston for the January 2022 conference, Innovations in Arts and Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Did you have a good day? What's amazing is that the day is almost done, but we're already thinking about what happens next, which is really good to think about that this does not just end. And of course, I'm going to say on behalf of Max Hollein and the Metropolitan Museum of Art, thank you so much for partnering with us. A lot of this people, because it's happening at the Met, people think, well, you know, they must be a big player, but the big players are the people who have brought it to us, Nisha and Susan and Chris and Stephen. So thank you so much for partnering with us. And of course, not just thank you, but a major shout out to our production team and of course to Anne Meisinger, Alex Zilka especially. And before we're done, I want to just remind us of what happened today. I kind of call these my closing remark poems, so bear with me. So today we began with song. Then we talked about catharsis and we shared the attention, about shared attention when you want to share with others what you feel or you see in an artwork. We danced together. We talked about reducing isolation. We talked about policy and we defined it and we wondered about that and we talked to ourselves, you know, what is the role of policy in healthcare and art interventions and the role of research. We took a closer look to the developmental approaches. We went to Australia, we went to Nigeria. We were alive and in color, seeking the origins of love and wanting to find something to live for. That's what we did today. So we talked about stories, the values of stories with numbers to influence policy. We talked to the NIH, who is expanding their research in music, in art, and healing. We learned that art can heal social, physical, and well-being illnesses and also prevent them. We talked about the positive impacts of art on Parkinson's. We used the power of music to revolutionize healthcare in culturally relevant ways. We witnessed the role of theater in healing trauma, and we had verbatim conversations so that we can really listen to each other and check our biases. And we listened to sound letters to those of us we've lost, and much, much more. And this is, again, a call to action. This is an amazing moment. We were pleased and honored to host this conversation at the Met. And why are we doing it here? Because we think it's important. It's imperative to what happens next. Most people in the world, outside of their own cultural milieus, the art that's happening in their own community, in their own homes, will experience art there, and then they experience it in museums like ours. What can happen here? What happens here as the site of where people, art, healing, prevention, and preservation happens? So I invite other museums to take this seriously and think of what can you do in your museum, in your gallery, in your home, in your own life. And also I want to end on the note of artists, because at the core of all of this, the policy, the evidence, and the site of practice, whether it's an addiction treatment center, or it's a refugee camp, or it's a museum, or it is a community center in the Bronx, artists are key to this. And we started this conversation talking about Al-Maghdad's work and part of the triptych of influx tribulations, and we began with a blank canvas. And throughout this day, he has been painting, being influenced, thinking about what's been happening and being influenced, all the conversations we've been having. So I wanted us to turn our attention to the canvas of where we are that's no longer blank, and think of it as a metaphor of what we were able to accomplish today and what we hope to accomplish in the future. So I give you Al-Maghdad, and thank you so much for being here.